Guys, what's going on? What is going on, guys? Can you see me? Can you hear me? Hope everyone's well. I don't know what happened there. It didn't let me connect for some reason to the stream. I don't know what was going on. If someone in the live stream can give me a thumbs up that they can hear me loud and clear, I'd appreciate it. Guys, we finally doing another live stream. Get you guys in here. I'm glad doing this live stream. I'm glad that I can be back. Let's get these live streams up and away. I don't know what I was having a bit of difficulty there. I was having a bit of difficulty in the previous stream for some reason. I don't know why. It just wouldn't think. Hi, Ryan. I hope you're well. I hope everything's good. Yeah, I was just having some difficulties in the previous stream. It wasn't working. Even though I created it, just for some reason it wouldn't connect to my YouTube for some reason. I don't know why. But yeah, it's great having you guys. Guys, if everyone in the live stream can smash the like button, I'd really appreciate it. Salam to you as well, EK. I hope you're well. Yeah, I'm doing okay, man. I'm doing okay. My throat's getting a little bit better. Still a bit flaky, but you know, I'll survive. I'm getting better. I hope all you guys can hear me clear, loud and clear. Ahmed, how are you, brother? I'm gonna post a link in there. I'm gonna post a link in the thing, and then you guys can come on. One sec. I'm just gonna post a link in the chat, man. There you go. The link's now in the chat, guys. Everyone, smash the like button. Smash the like button, guys. Loud and clear. Thank you, brother. Thank you. It's good that you can hear me loud and clear. Smash the like button, people. Hachi Boxer, how are you? Good. Yes, Imran Hachi, hope you're good. I've been ill for the past 3 days, so I've been at home resting. Oh, fair enough. I hope you get better. EK, how are you, brother?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Yeah, surviving, man. Surviving. A lot better now. A lot better.
What happened? You just said your throat was hurting. Were you sick?
Yeah, I've had an issue with my throat for like last 2 years. You know, the doctors put me on some antibiotics, but he still doesn't know what it is.
Mm-hmm.
But when I wake up in the morning, it really hurts me. I don't know why. I don't know what it is, but yeah, hopefully,
inshallah, it gets better, bro. Hopefully,
yeah,
they find what it is.
Yeah, hopefully, bro. How's it going anyway? How's it going on your end?
That's good, man. Just was on YouTube and I saw you come in live, so I thought I'd join.
Yeah. What do you make of the all ongoings in boxing? We recently had Manny Pacquiao and Errol Spence press conference. What did you make of it?
Yeah, I watched a little bit of it. You know, it's classic Manny, super friendly, a gentleman, and then Errol was a little like he's not gonna fall for the nice guy, you know, because he knows he's a killer. So like,
Yeah.
I think it's good. I still think Errol's gonna. I think that this is gonna be like Manny's last fight. Well, hopefully he does good, but like I don't think you'll see. Well, I don't want to see Manny like in high profile fights like this again because it's not good for. I don't know, because I care about, like, I guess I'm a fan of his, right?
Yeah.
So it's not like it sucks, but like, yeah, you'll see what happens. But I'm not too hopeful that he'll be a winner in this situation.
Right.
In my opinion.
Do you think he's got a chance of winning? Do you think he can
overcome? Yeah, of course. You know, like it's boxing. You know, there could be. You know, Manny's been wronged a lot of times. You know, with the bad decisions. So anyone can win in any way, shape, or form, and obviously Manny can win. He can. I'm sure he still has knockout power, but I just think it's gonna go 12 rounds, and I think it's gonna be a decisive win for Errol.
Do you think Errol Spence will stop him?
Yeah, he definitely could, but I'm going with a decision. Like,
are you going with
a clear victory? Yeah, that's what I'm going for. But obviously, I think any one of these two guys can knock each other out or hurt each other. But like, I think there's too many things are against Manny at this stage of his career.
Yeah, fair enough. A lot of people do think that. Errol Spence is a massive favorite going into this one. But again, I think people in the back of their mind think that maybe Errol Spence, maybe Pacquiao might be able to pull it off again. because obviously, he's proved people wrong so many times before.
Yeah, 100%.
Where it's kind of like you can't really write the guy off, can you?
Yeah.
You can't. Really
I'm not writing him off. I just think like I just think Errol, and they're both of their primes that were fighting. Like Manny would would win clearly, in my opinion. But like right now, I just think it's the the levels and it's just the timing and age is going to be a big factor. His last fight was like 2+ years ago. I don't know how that's going to affect him. Who knows?
Yeah.
But
just
if I were to bet my house on it, I'm not going to bet on Manny.
Yeah, just say a prime Manny against Spence. How do you think he beats Spence?
Oh, I think his volume would stop. Errol would. I mean, I think Manny would. His angles, his footwork, his speed and timing. I think it'll be too much for Errol or any one of the fighters in a welterweight today. And I think Errol's the best welterweight today. I think he's better than Terrence too.
But Errol Spence, one thing I've noticed about him, and I made a video about this yesterday, Errol Spence likes to set himself. So Errol Spence he's kind of robotic to an extent. He likes to set himself when he throws his punches. Don't you think like Manny Pacquiao could use his speed and angles, right? If he can for 12 rounds in his fight, use his speed and angles to basically confuse and make it such a hard fight for Errol Spence, where Errol Spence just can't land because Manny's too fast. Because Errol takes time. He likes to set himself. He's almost robotic in his approach. He got his hands up, quite slow, robotic. Don't you think Manny could use his speed and movement to cause him a lot of issues?
Yeah, I think Manny will have success in there, but I doubt it'll be for 1 to 12. And I think Errol is gifted and he's very enough to use his attributes against Manny. I really doubt that Manny's gonna at this stage of his career that he's gonna go forward and do that for the overwhelm Errol for all of 12 rounds. I think there will be a period where Manny might stop being effective and then Errol is just gonna take over and then he's just gonna win decisively. Or there might be a scenario where Manny will be good in the beginning stages of each round a little bit, but then Errol will be the last 70% or maybe 60% of the round, Errol will be in control. But the first few rounds, it could be anyone's.
Ahmed,
Hi,
how are you,
man,
brother?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, good, man. Good. Good having you on here, man. Good having you on here. Makai, I hope you're well as well, man. Good having you on.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, man. Hear you.
How are you, mate?
Yeah, good. Not bad. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Did you guys catch up on the McGregor vs Poirier fight, or you not UFC?
Yeah, I did. Yeah. I made a video about that as well.
Did you? I'll check it out later.
Did you watch it?
I think Connor's done forever. He's never going to be the same.
Yeah, he hasn't been the same for ages. People just haven't realized it yet.
Someone said last time he won was when Obama was saying yes we can.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Savage that was, mate.
Do you think McGregor? What do you think he does next? Do you think he'll fight Poirier again?
Yeah, he will try. And Dana, he said that McGregor will get the chance to fight him again. But
I think Dana's gonna fight him until he wins. It'll be 55.
Yeah, I mean
55 is, and then someone would have a stroke, and then just gonna lose or something.
Yeah, it's silly though. I mean, I don't think McGregor's ever going to beat Poirier. Poirier
I don't think he's going to beat anyone in the top 10.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, he's just not the same anymore. We all thought he was back, he was going to at least do well. He didn't do well at all.
Press conference, he was so fake. He was all the trap talk was so
it was
so bad acting. It was just I really don't like the guy anyways. But I just feel when it was really when he fought Khabib before the fight, it was very 50-50. You don't know, maybe he'll land a left. You never. But after that fight, he's never even when he fought the Cowboy guy. It was just you know why they chose Cowboy, because Cowboy's never won any high-profile fight, and he has like 10 losses or 20 losses, whatever. So
I mean,
they were grooming him for greatness again, but like I think they knew they're just trying to milk as much money as they can from Conor because he's like Habib's gone, Conor's gone. If John Jones loses to like the Cameroon dude, I forget his name. Like they're like all their stars are losing. Or like,
everyone's keep on saying McGregor should fight that Tony Ferguson. Even I think that's still a bad matchup for McGregor. I still think Ferguson would beat him.
Okay, what's going on here? Where's EK and Mackay gone? They've just been disappeared. Guys, where you gone? I don't know where they're gone. Stephen, how are you?
What's cracking, my man? What's cracking?
Good, man. How are you? Long time, man. Long time not hearing your voice.
No, long time, no here.
Yeah, man. I hope you're well.
Yeah. How's your throat doing?
Yeah, it's all right. It's a bit better, man. I'm on medication. Still not great, but better.
Man.
Yeah, better.
I know that's something that you have to deal with. For you say you've been dealing with it for a long time.
Yeah, I have, man, for 2 years. Like, I'm not great right now. I'm on the antibiotics, but like, hopefully it'll be completely better, you know. But after this course and stuff, but I don't know, man. I don't know. It's a bit. It just feels a little weird, innit? I went, you know. But yeah, man.
Have you gone to a specialist?
Hey, yeah, I've gone to a doctor on the weekend, and he basically said that it looks like some kind of infection, but they don't really know what it is. So they might send me for a scan to get it scanned to see what it is. But yeah, you could probably hear my voice right now. It's a bit horsey, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not great. But yeah, Stephen, man, we're all coming back to boxing. Sorry. What have you made of the upcoming? Did you watch the press conference? What did you make of it?
Yeah, I watched it, man. I think it was real classy. You had two of the top contending guys competing, but they also showed a lot of class, and it wasn't disrespectful. I love how Errol showed Manny the respect that's an OG that he is, and I just yeah, it was good, man. What'd you think of it?
Yeah, it was good, man. It was good. You know what I found really startling? The size difference, man. I know Manny's fought guys bigger and stuff. Like, he has fought guys way bigger than him, but the size difference was huge, man. It was huge. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
Manny's calves are like as big as Errol's waist. Like his calves are huge.
He's got a huge calves.
They look like someone's been like inflating them with like air or something, like a bicycle pump.
Yeah, his calves are massive.
Where he gets his huge power from.
Yeah.
Stephen, Ahmed, Mackay, EK, the question to you guys: can Manny Pacquiao overcome the size difference of Spence to beat him?
Yep.
Why?
I'll let them go, then I'll go.
I mean, Pacquiao's already done it before. He's fought bigger guys. But, I mean, I don't think the size is going to be a massive problem at all.
Yeah, I don't think it's the
size. The only problem for me is Pacquiao's engine. I mean, he's not like he was 10 years ago. He throws. He still throws a lot, but he throws a lot less than he used to. I mean, we saw in the Furman fight after the 6th round, he started fading a little. But I mean, Pacquiao's a warrior, so he's never going to stop.
Yeah. So Stephen, did you hear what Mackay just said there? What was your counter?
I mean, that sounds. I mean, in a perfect world, that is a scenario we all want to see. We all want to see Manny do the unthinkable and defeat all the odds. But man, we live in a physical world where we have to be logical. Okay, and logic tells us that everything is pointing towards Errol defeating Manny Pac-Man Pacquiao. You know, like you said, that even just the weight, just the size difference is massive. And then you get Manny Pac-Man, who's Pacquiao Pac-Man, who's just a day younger than me. He's just a day younger than me. My birthday's on the 16th, his is on 15th. But I mean 17th. Yeah. He's old, man. We 42 years old. I'm not the same guy I was at, however old, you take a young Stephen, that's Errol Spence's age, and you put him up against the 42-year-old Steven that you talking to now, man. I mean, it's a mismatch.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just the way things work, physically.
Oh, you think Spence Pacquiao is a mismatch then, or
I don't think it's a mismatch.
Oh,
I don't think. I don't necessarily think it's a mismatch, but I do think that, man. See, I've been watching your channel, Imran, and some of those. I'm gonna have to throw some of those Pacquiao fans in there with along in the same car as Canelo Alvarez and Floyd Mayweather, because sometimes they have a tendency to be unrealistic. Now, I'm not saying that it's a mismatch, because Manny Pacquiao is the greatest boxer of our generation. I've said that before, but I think it's time for him to pass the torch. It's fitting for him to go ahead and pass it on to Errol Spence.
Greater than Floyd. There's going to be Floyd fans not happy with that, Stephen. Greater than Floyd.
Well, it's the truth. It's the truth.
Yeah, it is the truth. Yeah, it seems very right.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem.
He's a greater fighter. He's achieved, I would say, more, but he isn't the better boxer.
He's not the better boxer, but he's the better fighter. He's the greater. He has had a great career.
He has more.
When you think about it, Stephen, when their careers are done, so when Manny finishes his career, right? And we're ranking them all time. So are you saying Manny will rank higher than Floyd?
Yeah. Manny. I mean, to be honest with you, if you put a true serum in me right now, I'm gonna say Manny is greater at this point, at this stage. Now, you know what, man? Floyd told y'all he went on. He's been publicly, stated saying that he's a bank robber. He continues to rob y'all. He's a bandit. This stuff he's been doing lately, fighting all these these exhibition boxes that don't matter, and you got Pac-Man still out here banging with these killers, these young killers. Come on, man, he's greater than that.
But Floyd retired like way back. Like even when he was fighting Conor McGregor, he was retired. So I wouldn't say right now, like he's not even in a conversation because he's not a active fighter. But like if you're talking about like Floyd and Manny in their primes, Manny has accomplished more because he's like an 8 division champion, and Floyd in his own right has accomplished like different set of their accomplishments are different. I don't know. I would still say that Floyd's like he's gonna beat in their primes if they fought. Like I think Floyd would beat him then. So I think Floyd is better than Manny, but like Manny's accomplished more. And that's my opinion.
The guy is not losing all your career is a great art in it as well. Having the ability to what you call it, beat it every style as well.
Yeah, Mayweather never lost, man. He's right. Ahmed's right, man. He never lost. He fought everybody. He never lost. No one could beat him, man. No one could crack. Even though he came close a few times to losing. But let's not forget, when you look at his career, I don't think he really gets the credit. Like he fought everyone and he beat everyone. He was a great fighter in his own right, But yeah, I do kind of agree. I think Pacquiao's dared to be great more times, like this, for example. I just don't think Mayweather would do something like this. I just don't.
Yeah, he would never.
And at some point, we're gonna have to do this. We're gonna have to put an end to all this undefeated. Just because he's undefeated, that don't mean nothing, man. Listen, and that's what's messing boxing up, because that's the bar that's been set. That's the expectations that everybody's supposed to, to live up to. If Errol Spence if he ends up losing this fight, he might be damaged goods. I don't think it's the case, but that's the case with a lot of fighters. But I mean, we got to stop looking at that. So what? I mean, so he didn't lose. I mean, there was a lot of questionable wins on his that he had. A lot of questionable decisions that was granted towards him, just like every other fighter. Every fighter, could have an undefeated record, because that's the way the judges is and stuff. But we gotta stop doing that, man. We gotta stop putting such an emphasis on so he was 50-0. So what?
Yo, Steven, I have a question.
Go on, EK. Go on.
Sorry,
Go on.
Steven. Do you think if Manny and Floyd fought, if they had 3 fights, who would win more?
I mean, see, here's the thing, okay, and that's a good question, but I really don't know how to answer that because they're two different. I mean, Floyd's thing is Floyd is going to use his elusive and impeccable defense to win the fight, whereas Manny, all he want to do is bang. He want to get in there and bang something. So I would say that Floyd will win the majority of the fights, but I mean that's not saying a lot, man.
Yeah.
I mean, it just like I'm just saying, in my opinion, I think Floyd is better than Manny, but Manny has more accomplishments because he's an A division champion, and they both are great in their own ways. But like, I still think Floyd is better. But that's just but I'm more of a fan of Manny, so it's just like it is what it is. And I think what Manny's doing now with fighting Errol, it's like this could be his last fight, in my opinion, because I think Errol might retire him.
I mean, the guy has go ahead, Ahmed. Sorry about that. Go ahead. Sorry about that.
Steven, finish it off.
No, I was just gonna say real quick, man. I mean, Manny Pacquiao, he's won 8 different divisions. Do you know how crazy that is? I mean,
but there has been accusations too, and I'm a Manny fan.
Yeah, but I mean, this okay. So let's call 2 of those divisions accusations. He still gets 6 legitimate.
Yeah,
you gonna do
this? I just don't. I think is EK. I get about the accusations, but I feel like anyone can accuse anyone of anything if there's no concrete proof. If there's no like, we've had great boxers, right, fail tests. Manny's been in the sport 30 years plus, never failed one test. It's hard because we saw Canelo fail a test, right? So it's hard to accuse somebody when we've had someone like Canelo who was, let's be honest, Canelo's a bigger cash cow than Manny Pacquiao is.
At the moment.
Yeah, I would say at any point, is Manny Pacquiao a bigger star than Manny?
Manny's an international star. I think
was Manny Pacquiao the face of boxing at any point in his career over Mayweather? Because Mayweather was the face of boxing.
I think when Mayweather was retired, like when Manny was fighting Haddon, I think that was the height of his.
No, but at that point, was he the #1 guy in the sport? Was he the face of boxing? Would you say he was the man? Like, not pound for pound, yes. I'm talking, was he the cash cow of boxing at that point? So Canelo is the cash cow.
He was second over Mayweather.
Hey?
He was second over Mayweather at one stage.
Yeah.
And then slowly when Mayweather retired and Pacquiao started losing, then Canelo took over in that sense.
But that's what I'm trying to say, Ahmed, that I don't ever really think Pacquiao's been #1 like that. Whereas, that's not my point. What I'm trying to say is I don't think that I think someone as big as Manny would, if he was, then he would have got caught. I just think it's people spraying around accusations against.
But but Teddy Atlas is one of those people who, I don't know, he alluded to it, and then I see like Floyd, obviously he said he didn't take the test or whatever. Like the VADA testing. So I'm not saying he did or not. I'm just saying they're like.
Yeah, maybe, I know what you're saying.
There's
also accusations against Floyd, though.
Yeah.
So, like I said, I don't really. I feel like if you're not being, you're not tested, and if you've not been, if there's nothing concrete about it, then I just don't think it has any substance, because anyone that's really good at something is going to have accusations, right?
Yeah.
Anyone that's good, anyone that's brilliant, right? There's going to be accusations. Anyone that's breaking boundaries, there's going to be accusations. But that don't necessarily mean they're true,
I have a random question for the whole panel.
Yeah.
So recently, Tyson Fury's camp contracted COVID, and they're going to postpone the fight. But one of the fighters, I forget who's that New Zealand or Samoan guy in their camp?
Joseph Parker?
Joseph Parker had COVID too, but he was at the Conor McGregor fight. So I don't think I think there's something iffy going on. Maybe the ticket sales are not good or something. Like, I don't know. Like, why would, if he has COVID, why is he in a stadium full of people? Joseph Parker watching Connor versus.
Steven, you're in America. What do you make of what EK just said there?
Man, I can tell you this, man. It's a lot of the problem with Tyson Fury is there's a lot of mystery and there's a lot of corruption in his camp or surrounding his camp. So you really don't know how to feel about anything you hear at that camp. You don't know if it's, you don't know if that's just, you don't know if it's legitimate that they all have COVID, or you don't know if it's some sinister underlying plan that they have to just to deviate for the mean at the time. You
or
don't
even
really
mind games. Yeah.
Yeah. So, Tyson Fury, he got to do a better job of cleaning up his image because, he got the skills to pay the bills, but on the other hand, he's questionable in a lot of ways. He's questionable. You got to question that. I know COVID is, here in the States is getting bad again. They got that Delta variant, and they might, it's getting real bad. But I'm wondering, did he really have COVID?
Did you see the seats? How many empty seats there were for that fight? And it was
that's
only
the reason why.
Go on, Mackay.
That's the reason why. But Fury's not got COVID. None of them's got COVID. It's because the so-called big fight is failing. Ticket sales got no hype around it because no one really cares about the third fight. I mean, can I ask you guys? Do you guys really care about the fight? I'm not excited for it or anything at all.
I was excited, to be honest.
Oh, you were?
I wanted to see it.
I
thought that it would have like it's good. It would have been. I know what you're saying. I was excited.
I think most people are disappointed that AJ and Fury didn't happen.
Yeah,
and they're kind of like
that's why.
pissed about, and they're like, "Wow, we're forced to watch like this again." And this guy just got destroyed. Like he got bulldozed over last time. So it's like anticlimactic. One sec, yeah. That's my opinion.
Yeah. Mackay, go on.
Yeah, obviously, what's bad about it is the fight. If the fight was on, it would have been next week. Yeah, but it would have been next week, and I mean, it's not even filled out yet or anything. Like, it's just not good. That's why they're moving it all the way to like October, trying to get buzz around it, and obviously give more time for ticket sales or something. I don't really know. I don't really know about the business side, but I think that's the reason. I don't think anyone's actually got COVID.
Fair enough. Fury's disappeared. Fury's disappeared. He hasn't given no interview since the COVID. Obviously, he must be. Obviously, if they say he's got COVID, then he has to be isolating, right? What do you think? What do you think happens then, Ahmed? What do you think happens with this Fury Wilder stuff? Do you think it happens later on? What's going on? What do you think is going to happen?
To be honest with you, I wasn't that excited about the match anyway, because I think Fury showed in them two fights he was a superior fighter, and with it being postponed now, I think Wilder will push for it, and if he carries on pushing for it, he will somehow get it. If Fury's one of them, he's one of them. He is kind like that. He's not one of them to chicken out or anything like that. And I think if he pushes for it, he'll get the fight. If he doesn't, then I don't think Tyson Fury is going to be bothered because he's already got them wins over him.
I think. Sorry.
Go on.
I think the court has ordered it has to be fought. They have to fight between a certain period of time, and if this COVID situation overlaps or goes beyond that time, they might not even need to fight. I think there was I don't know. I was watching this other YouTube channel, and they said there's in the contract, so they might be playing with the contract too. So there's a lot of different threes floating around legally.
Yeah, I think they're gonna have to fight. Personally, I think they will. Steven, what do you make of it? Do you think Wilder and Joshua could fight?
Yeah, I think that's a good fight. I mean, any of those fights, I like to see Wilder, Dillian White.
Oh yeah.
that'd be a good one because they don't like each other. So it's a lot of good fights to be made. If they can't make that, the Tyson Fury fight, it's a lot of good heavyweight fights they can make. So I just say, since they doing this like this, and they playing all these jailhouse games with the trying to put the fight on and everything, the focus needs to shift to somebody else. Let's stop wasting time with that because it's just a circus.
Do you think Wilder should push for that fight White, and then fight Fury straight after? Do you think he should go ahead with I don't think it's gonna happen, but do you think Wilder should have done that?
Yeah, Wilder should do that. Yeah, I mean, why not? I mean, if Wilder does that, he ain't doing nothing but strengthening his argument that he's the best heavyweight in the world. You go and you beat Dillian White, who is no slouch, by the way, no slouch, and then you go and you fight Tyson Fury. You going into that fight with a lot of redemption. You going into that fight with a lot of hope on your side because you're doing what you need to do. You fighting the best.
Fair enough.
I believe.
Go on.
I believe if Wilder fights Dillian White, it's so risky if he's trying to fight Tyson Fury because he could. If I was in Wilder's shoes, why would you take that risk and maybe mess up a big payday with Fury? And that's his whole life purpose right now is to to get that loss back and get his belt back from Tyson Fury. So that's a pretty high risk scenario if he fights the other guy from UK. I forget his name now mid sentence, but
yeah, but don't you think that the whole purpose is to take risks, strengthen your legacy? Because a lot of people say that Wilder's fought nobody. He's fought no one. His resume consists of nobodies. So do you think he needs this fight to prove that?
I think the fight with Fury has only been postponed. It hasn't been canceled. So right now he shouldn't his main focus should be Tyson Fury in camp anyways. But I feel if it gets canceled, then yeah, Dillian White, Anthony Joshua, Usyk, even Andy Ruiz, all these players are great fights. Vice versa. So I think heavyweights in great hands as long as they fight. It's just 135 divisions. It's in great hands, but they're not fighting each other. It's a lot of these weight classes. I think welterweight's a great division where Errol has fought most of the guys. Keith Thurman had fought. Welterweight is a division where the greats are always fighting each other. But the heavyweight, I don't want it to get into a situation where DAZN guys are only fighting in DAZN. PBC is only fighting PBC, which I think is headed that way.
Guys, what did you make of Mayweather's comment that Gervonta Davis will only fight, in-house fighters? Steven, I'll go with you first. What did you make of that comment? Is that something that really angered you?
Yeah, something that really angered me. Why are they gonna segregate him from all the other lightweights? You know what I'm saying? Why are they gonna do that? There's a ton of fighters he could be fighting, and to me, that's just even more proof that Floyd Mayweather doesn't take anything serious other than his money. Gervonta, Tank Davis is his cash cow, and he's gonna shield him. He's gonna protect him from all the would-be danger. But what he don't know is that Gervonta Tank Davis is a killer, and he want to get out there. He want to mix it up with the Regis Prograis, the Josh Taylors of the world, the Devin the Dream Haneys of the world, Ryan King Garcias of the world, etc. One which a fight I really want to see because they both showed out is Lomachenko and Gervonta Davis. And by what Floyd said, we won't ever see that fight. Why are you gonna rob us like that? Why would you do us like that?
Exactly.
Is he stopping Gervonta Davis from being great, Stephen?
Yeah, he's done that his whole career. And I think there's gonna be a point where Gervonta Davis gonna want to seek his independence and his just due. And he's gonna want to and that's gonna cause a lot of dissension between them, and there's gonna be something catastrophic to come out of that.
Yeah. Yeah. So what are you saying? Eventually Davis is gonna want to become a free agent.
Yeah. The writing's already on the wall. You can see how you can see tell like when they in the post conferences and how Floyd speaks for him and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And Gervonta, he has his look on his face like, man, I can speak for myself, man. I mean, why are you doing that? Why you hold me up? Why are you harboring me down? Why would you do that? You know.
Yeah.
But that's why that's the only. See, a lot of people think I don't like Floyd, but it's not that I don't like his tactics. I don't like that. I don't like when when you know that other fights are happening on that night, and then you come with this clown show with you fighting. What's the dude, the YouTube guru?
Logan.
Yeah, Jay Paul. I mean, you're Logan Paul. You come with that stuff. Why you just can't play the backfield and just bow gracefully? Why you taking shine from these young fighters, taking money out their pockets?
It's because he's making $100 million every time he shows up, apparently. So he's bound to do that. He doesn't care about like any of what usually people care about, I guess.
Ahmed. So what do you make of all of this? Him saying Gervonta Davis, like, we're not going to make other promotional companies great. We're going to keep all our fights in house. What do you make of that?
First of all, I think there's somewhat wrong. It's something where either Gervonta doesn't believe he's good enough to beat everyone, or Floyd Mayweather hasn't got the confidence in him, or maybe both. And
what do you think?
I think it's a bit of both. No, actually, I think Mayweather. No, I think there's more of Mayweather knowing that he's not at the highest level, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, because I think.
Go on.
Because I think Tank wanna fight the best fights. So I
he wants
think
to fight it. No, there's a thing of wanting to fight it and having the ability to make adjustments to beat fighters, at the highest level all the time. And obviously we've all seen the flaws in him in terms of he can be outboxed at the highest level, and sometimes your punches are not always gonna get you out of trouble at the highest level. For example, if you were to put him against at 140 with Taylor, them flaws you'll see them flaws because Taylor's obviously gritty and he's very, what you call it, he'll get down in the trenches and he'll box as well, and maybe
I'm not really expecting him to beat Josh though.
Pardon?
I'm not really expecting him to beat Josh or Regis.
Yeah, this is what I mean. So they're shying away from all the top competition, and they just bigging his name up and making him by the second class type of guys, and just making him Hall of Famer like that.
Yeah.
Whereas Gervonta Davis, if he really believes in himself, and Floyd does, he would be putting him in with the best, because at the highest level, you want to fight just the best. And if you're not fighting just the best and you're making excuses like in-house fighting, it doesn't really look good, does it? At the highest level.
Ahmed, just a quick one. That you're talking, I've got to ask you, what is going on with your man Terence Crawford? What is going on with that dude? That dude is rotting away. He's rotting away. He's rotting away big time. What is going on?
He's a big asset. He's an asset there, and he knows his ability. He knows how good he is. And the problem is people don't want to get in the ring with him.
Oh, come on!
No. He's been called out multiple times by Ortiz, Pacquiao,
Tom Porter. Tom Porter was ready to go.
Ugas, come on, he's not avoided. That's all gone out the window.
No, but
that's all gone out the window.
If Terence Crawford, his first big fight, if he loses, like, his legacy is, people are gonna say the first time he stepped up, he got destroyed, and he hasn't really fought anyone great so far.
Yeah, I mean, he seems to think
he's fought really good fighters and made them look ordinary. He might not have fought a Hall of Famer, but he's shown all the qualities in beating good fighters.
Who is he
in
for? That's
making-
good.
He's fought good fighters. So going into the fight with Gamboa, what did you think was going to happen?
Gamboa, what?
That was
The
like
guy who
15
was a
years
midget,
ago.
a midget compared to Crawford. He was a midget compared to Crawford. Crawford was twice the size of him. Crawford was supposed to beat him.
That was one big win.
And that was
Okay,
that was what the
That
whole
was
test.
that was like a decades ago.
Going into the fight with Victor Postal, what's that word, man? General consensus.
Who was Victor Postel's biggest win?
He won a really close fight with Josh Taylor, very, very close.
Postal's alright. He's not good though. He's not good for. I mean, good's like someone like Taylor.
No, I'm not saying he's beaten an all-time great, but you guys can't start dissing fighters. Going into the fights, these guys, weren't beaten. They were hungry. They were good fighters, and Crawford
Like the biggest
dismantled them,
names on Crawford's resume are like washed-up champions, like out of their prime, like Khan or Brook.
I mean, Brook was washed up. Brook got dropped by a jab.
Yeah, but that's because it was Crawford, though. No one destroyed Brook like that. Brook's very
Golovkin actually beat the head out of Brook.
If you put Cal Brook in the ring with Sean Porter right now, don't think he could go the distance with him?
Porter would annihilate him now.
No, he'd go the distance with him.
But like Porter wanted to fight him, but then he was like, but they lowballed him. And you know what the thing is? I have to say something real quick. Everyone's talking about like how, like, what about what Floyd said? Like this whole it's not even a sport anymore; it's a business. No, like PBC is not gonna have Devin Haney for one fight, because what if Devin Haney beats their top guy and just leaves? They're gonna like be like, hey, fight 4 times with us. Devin Haney's gonna be like, hell no, DAZN's paying me way more. Why the hell would I have fight 3 more times with you guys? And then he's like, no, I'm not gonna fight Tank. Like this is what's really happening. So
that's what they're doing with
really
Canelo.
It's very disgusting, but like it is what it is. A business. Like
you heard about the Canelo versus Plant situation.
Yeah, they won. I just did a video on that, just literally, and I just posted it. Basically, Al Heyman wants Canelo to sign a 3-fight deal with BBC to get that Plant fight.
Yeah,
and it's not just a Canelo thing. It's going to happen to every fighter that wants to fight a top guy and who's a big name in another promotion company. They're not just going to let you fight once.
Yeah, actually,
I'd agree. I'd agree with what you're saying there. And Stephen, what do you make of that? Look at this. Look how they're stopping. Now we were saying that Canelo don't want to be great, right? Stephen.
Yeah.
Stephen, you there?
Here.
Stephen.
Yeah,
basically, Canelo, they're stopping Canelo from trying to become undisputed because Al Heyman knows that there's great chance that Canelo beats Plant. So he wants Canelo to sign a 3-fight deal when he knows that Canelo wants to do. He doesn't want to tie himself down to any promoter or broadcast. What do you make of that? It's clear they want Canelo for 3 fights. They don't want to do a 1-fight deal with him. Why?
And 1 second, and Plant wants $12 million to fight once with Canelo.
I heard it was 15.
Go ahead.
Go, Stephen.
Well, I was just gonna say, man, this is a movie called, y'all from the UK, so y'all might not be familiar with it, but it's called Pulp Fiction. In the Pulp Fiction, there's a suitcase, and inside the suitcase is something very, very, valuable, and everybody covers it. That's Canelo. Canelo going anywhere, whether it be DAZN, Top Rank, PBC, wherever. He's gonna be a tremendous monetary asset to whoever he lands with. And Al Heyman's a businessman. Let's get that out there. He's a businessman. He's gonna try to use Canelo for what he can, what he can extract from him, and that's a lot of money. But Canelo has a leverage on his side of saying, "Hey, listen, I'm a free agent." He can simply say, "I elect not to take the 3-deal fight, and I'm gonna take my talent somewhere else." So it's so I see both. I see both sides. But Canelo is very, very, very valuable. He's the current cash cow. Him, and Manny Pacquiao are the current cash cows of boxing.
And AJ, I would say.
And you say what?
Anthony Joshua.
AJ is he's kind of got a little Terrence Crawford in him. He kind of rotting away, man.
No, he just wanted. He was fighting pretty recent, no?
But I'm saying the fanfare of, the how he's viewed is kind of dwindled. I mean, I may be wrong. I don't know, but ain't nobody checking for AJ like they used to. Everybody checking for Canelo and Manny Pacquiao.
Yeah.
What do you disagree with that?
No, I think you might be onto something. I didn't think about that, but I still think like in the boxing world, or people when they think of boxers, they probably think of like current fighters. They probably think of Canelo, Manny, and AJ, and maybe Tyson Fury. But like I think those are the top three guys names that people like would know, like general public would know.
Yeah, the general public ain't even gonna know about AJ. They ain't gonna know about Tyson Fury. They might not. The only ones they're gonna know about is maybe is for sure they're gonna know about Manny Pacquiao, and they're gonna know about Floyd Mayweather.
Unfortunately.
Well, hold on. Let me say something real quick. They're gonna know about Pacquiao. They're gonna know about Floyd Mayweather, and they're gonna know about Mike Tyson, and of course Ali. That's what the casual, the average person, they're only gonna know those names. They're gonna get
But I was talking about like current active fighters, and obviously Manny's an active fighter now. Floyd is an actual like he's only doing exhibitions. So I'm saying, I think AJ for active fighter is still in top 3 most famous. Canelo is definitely one.
You're not gonna be able to, if AJ doesn't do something to to kind of regain some of that stardom that he had. He's gonna be a nobody in a minute. He's gonna be not a nobody. He'll never be a nobody. He's a great fighter. He's had some of the greatest fights I've seen. I watched plenty of his fights, but I'm saying he needs to get out there and market himself a lot. And you know what? That's going into something else. That's what boxing. That's another thing these fighters got to start doing. You know the reason why more people know about Adrian Broner than they do Errol Spence is because Adrian Broner, he's a showman. He's a salesman. He sells himself. Just like Conor McGregor. Man, I love Conor McGregor. I love everything about him because he has that part. He has that star quality. A lot of these fighters they ain't doing that. They ain't doing that. This is what they need to start doing, and that'll boost the whole sport of boxing up. That's what made Floyd so good. Floyd was a heel. He was the dude that you love to hate.
Guys,
right?
But at the moment, with these big names and that, I would still say that, in terms of fame and that, Mike Tyson's probably still the biggest name. What do you think?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I mean, you ask the average person, they really ain't gonna know. And you ask, if I ask
but
my mom,
Mike Tyson isn't just a boxer; he's a cultural figure, right? Just like Ali was. So these are like once in a decade people, I guess.
I mean, someone like Mike Tyson, literally, anyone who either likes fighting or has watched fighting will know Mike Tyson. That's how big he is. Or even the casuals, in almost any country that I've been to, if you say his name,
he was such a he's in movies. He's a cultural figure. He has a huge podcast now. He's done so much controversial things. He's always been in the news. It's like a perfect recipe, and it's just there's a lot of things that go into it.
Did you see what I'm saying though?
There's more of a variety of audience that knows Mike Tyson, even compared to somebody like Floyd. There's audiences out there that won't know Floyd.
Yeah.
So
the most famous boxer of all time,
Ali.
100%. I want to tell you this story.
But I think Mike Tyson, in terms of fame, has probably overtaken him.
All right.
Nah.
Yeah, maybe now. like in the current world. I want to tell you guys a story. Someone in my family used to tell me. So my background is from Pakistan, and then way back when Ali used to fight, they would say like people from the villages would get on buses and go into the cities to watch that. Like, so people like from like the villages of like rural areas would like get on buses to go into the city to watch Ali fights in Pakistan. That's how that's how amazing he was.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, you know, Mike Tyson is you know, he's world renowned, but Ali is almost you can argue that Ali is one of the most famous people that ever lived. Him, Jesus Christ.
Jesus.
You know, if there was Jesus, you know, him, Jesus, JC. Who else?
You say Jay-Z? No way.
I said JC. Yeah, Jesus Christ, JC.
Oh, I thought you said Jay-Z. I was like, there's no way.
No, and Michael Jackson, Michael Jordan. Those are the most famous people who ever lived. So you got Jesus. Ali,
what about the man that Muhammad Ali named himself after, the Prophet Muhammad?
Yeah, he's pretty
Prophet
famous.
Muhammad. Yeah, the Prophet Muhammad is he's famous too, but I'm saying there's a lot of people here in the States that they are up on their Islam like that. You know, they might not know about the Prophet Muhammad.
Yeah, fair enough.
He up there though.
Hey,
I said Muhammad's up there though. The Prophet Muhammad, he's up there.
Yeah,
he might be behind Jesus.
I don't know. I don't know the stats. I don't know the facts or the figures. But I know the Prophet was the most. I think he's the most Googled. The Prophet Muhammad is the most Googled person in the world.
And Jesus for Muslims is a prophet too, so it's not like
a competition.
Exactly, yeah, so it's like it is what it is. And I think Christianity is the biggest religion.
I think as time goes on, Prophet Muhammad will be the most, like, you know, recognized.
More people. There's a lot more Muslims now, aren't there? That's why. But yeah, coming back to boxing, man, we've gone off onto a tangent there. Basically, we were saying about the Canelo stuff. Stephen, what is that? What is that? So what are they trying to do? What are they trying? I know you. We kind of got off topic. What are they trying to do? Al Heyman, PBC, with the Canelo plant situation.
They're trying to optimize the money making efforts off of it.
Yeah,
they know they got a chance to cash out. Look, man. Here's the thing. Al Heyman, for all his worth, Al Heyman is a machine, and he's doing everything right. All his fights, all the fights that happen in the PBC side, on the PBC side, are very lucrative fights. They're very exciting. They just do everything right. They do everything right. Nothing wrong. And he's gonna take somebody like Canelo, and he's gonna appeal to Canelo. You know what? I wouldn't be surprised if Canelo wouldn't take that deal.
Well, you think Canelo will take the deal?
I'm saying there's a chance he could. He stands to make a lot of money with Al Heyman. They make money over there, man.
But the thing is, isn't the whole purpose? He was on a big deal with DAZN where he was on like 600 something million, and then he basically got out of that contract because he wanted to be a free agent so he could do what he wanted to do. That was the whole purpose.
He knows he can make more for loose with Al Heyman than he probably can with anybody else. That's just me. I might be incorrect about it, but he knows he can make more for loose with Al Heyman than he can with anybody else.
Guys, do we agree with that?
No, I think Al Heyman is like more worried about like his, I guess he doesn't want DAZN. He probably would never work with DAZN or whatever. So I don't know, man.
Makai?
I just feel like he wants to have more money coming in on his side, and I think Canelo, like what he should do is go up to what's the belt? What belt does Plant have? IBF. He should go up to the IBF president and be like, "Yo, make me mandatory for Plant, and if he doesn't fight me, strip him, and then whoever gets the belt, fight him." Like Canelo has that power. He could do that.
Well, Makai, what's your thoughts?
Well, I've just seen a source from ESPN Knockout. That's a Spanish ESPN. He said sources from the side of Al Heyman's PBC have reportedly insisted they are willing to do a one-fight deal with Canelo for the Caleb Plant fight, September 18th.
Oh, is that?
Yeah, it's from ESPN, the Spanish one, so it's legit. Yeah, I'm quite shocked actually. I didn't think. Yeah, ESPN. Yeah.
Just now. Or...
yeah, just now.
Right. Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Read that again. Sorry. Read that again, Makai.
Sources from the side of Al Heyman's PBC have reportedly insisted they are willing to do a one-fight deal with Canelo for the Caleb Plant undisputed bout September 18th, according to ESPN Knockout.
See, I told you.
That's good news then. That's good news then, because that means that. So if that's the case, if that's the case, then the chances are that fight will happen. But I reckon that's Al Heyman coming to his, because Canelo probably rejected the 3-fight deal, and I think Al Heyman's thinking that there's a lot of money to be made here. Don't you think, Stephen Ahmed? There's a lot of money to be made here. We can't let this opportunity go.
Right, and that's right now. Let's start with this one deal, and let's build a long-term rapport, a long-term business relationship, and a lot of success to come if we do. So yeah, I think that you're right. I think that Canelo probably rejected the 3-deal offer, and Al was like, "Nah, man, I can't let you go, man, like that. You worth a lot of money, man. So let's just go and do one deal,
Yeah, I mean, what's going to irritate me about it is that he's obviously rejected the 3-fight deal and he wants a 1-fight deal. Is that obviously in the 3-fight deal? I'm guessing it's going to be Plant, then maybe Charlo or Benavidez. But I mean, we don't actually know what's in the deal. But I mean, people are going to say he's avoiding those fighters, which is just a complete lie. So, I mean, Canelo said multiple times he wants to be a free agent. He didn't even sign a 2-fight deal with DAZN. With Yildirim and Saunders, he signed a 1-fight deal to fight Yildirim and then Saunders. He just wants to be free because he doesn't want to have to deal with that crap that he had with DAZN.
I'm surprised that Canelo didn't try to make that fight with Beterbiev or Beterbiev, for how Imran says it. Is it Beterbiev or is it Beterbiev? How do you say it?
I don't really know. Beterbiev, I think it is.
I say Beterbiev, but.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, well, however, I don't know. I don't know how to say. I don't know what's right.
These guys like Beterbiev and Bivol, they need to be more, open with the media and, really push for big fights, call the names out properly. You're not going to see them characters, like the way, even like the way, like Floyd talks and Mike Tyson used to talk back in the days. You don't get them sort of talkers anymore, pushing for fights.
And I mean, that's what I was saying earlier. That's exactly what I was saying earlier. These fighters, man, they don't have a lot of personality. They don't have a lot of drive to market themselves. Marketing is something that is essential in business. It is the foundation for your who you are and who you will be as a business person. It's market. You got to market yourself. There's a reason why Floyd Mayweather is where he is now, worth $1 billion. And Mighty Mike Tyson is where he is, who he was. Muhammad Ali, market yourself. Like you said, I mean, Bivol, he doesn't have any personality. He's almost like a robot.
Yeah.
He's almost like a robot.
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
I gotta say something. I think people like Mike Tyson, Floyd, Ali, people loved them because it was authentic. When Mike Tyson was saying, "I'm gonna rip your head off," people knew that.
I wouldn't say people love Floyd though.
No, people like obviously. I mean, they love to hate him. So same with Ali. Ali was for most of his career when he was in his prime, people hated him because of racism in American society and civil rights laws or whatever. And then I'm just saying, if every fighter tomorrow woke up and started people are gonna know what's fake. I think look at Manny Pacquiao, look at Khabib, look at all these people. They're true to their personalities and people like them more. I think if you give them something exciting to watch, it doesn't matter if you trash talk or if you act a certain way. Like, people are gonna know what's authentic and what's not. So
Yeah, I mean
let me
the difference.
ask you this real quick. I want to say this. Now, what you just said is, there is some truth to what you're saying. You're not entirely wrong by saying that, why come you just can't be yourself? And and it's been proven that there are fighters that are well known and loved that they don't have those boisterous personalities, but by and large, the ones that you really know were outwardly, had outwardly, personalities. They spoke out and they marketed themselves. Everybody knows, you love to see Adrian Broner. You love to see anything with him. He could be just sitting in his living room eating a bag of chips and is entertaining to you. The same thing with Conor McGregor. Even right now, the top fighter in the UFC, he's dwarfed in popularity to Conor McGregor, and there's a reason for that. You are attracted to the. Go ahead.
No, sorry, go finish it off. I was gonna say something.
No, I'm just saying. When you're driving down the streets, say in Vegas or something, you can drive down the street with no lights, or you can drive down the strip. You're more attracted to you want to be on the strip because that's where the bright lights and that's where all the music, the activity is. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree with you, but I'm just saying it's not the recipe for every fighter. Like, only certain people can like pull that off. And I think like, it's quality versus quantity. Like, not everybody can like act that way and like succeed. Like, maybe they'll get too much in like their image, and then they're like start losing fights. They'll care about the wrong things. I think Mike Tyson.
I know if I was Dimitri Bivol, I would want to, because he got all the skills to pay the bills. I mean, he got everything. He got all the components. Loosen up a little bit. I mean,
he comes from a different culture, and English is a second language. There's a lot of like, like if you grow up in a certain environment, you're not gonna like do certain things. I think most of the fighters you named were like either like influenced by either American or influenced by American culture. Like he's from Russia. Like people like that, like they're not gonna like act. They'll never act a certain way.
I mean, I love Vladimir Putin because he got because he's a sight to watch. He got a personality. I don't know, man. I mean, I'm saying.
Guys, just a quick one. Let me ask you a question. Marky Dan here, 123, says, I hope Pacquiao doesn't have another torn rotator cuff against Spence. A quick one on that. Steven.
Man, this is when they gonna let that? When are they gonna let that go, man? Let that go. I mean, the dude said he was hurt. He had a legitimate. If Floyd said that he didn't take the IV, or the IV was legal, why are you still giving Pac-Man a hard time about that rotator cuff? He gonna be all right, man. Leave him alone, man. What do you say, Imran? What do you say about that?
Yeah, man. I think a lot of people weren't happy with the fact that they think that he made an excuse. But I think personally, like Pacquiao's not been a guy that's made excuses throughout his career. He's been a warrior, and I think we should take his word for it. He's Pacquiao's one of my favorite fighters. So I am a little bit biased towards him. Marky Dan replies. He goes, just poking fun. You all through, just poking fun. Love you all though, Marky.
It's all good, man. It's all good, man. Salute to you.
Rohit. Guys, I want to ask some questions from the guys in the chat. What's your opinion? Muhammad Ali is a legend. You can't compare. Oh no. Okay, you can't compare Mayweather with that legend. Mike is also another legend. You can't compare a legend with a clown. Oh no. Rohit's gone in there. Rohit has gone in. He said you can't compare Muhammad Ali to Mayweather, and you can't compare Mike with a clown like Floyd. Guys, your response to that?
All three are legends. It's just that Mayweather's, his style, his way is a little bit. People don't like it because he was too much about the money. You see, at least Muhammad Ali and Mike Tyson, you know, they acted according to their character. You know, that's how they were. Whereas Mayweather, you know, he just brags about the money, which nobody really likes, but still a legend, isn't it?
Ahmed, a quick question to you. Who wins in a fight? Terence Crawford and Sugar Ray Leonard at welterweight. Who would you pick?
Don't say it, Ahmed.
That's a very close one now. That's a very close one. What I'd say though is, IQ wise, I'd say Terence Crawford's got a better IQ.
God.
Oh man, you see, you failed.
Speed,
You failed,
speed,
Ahmed.
speed. No. Speed. I've got to give it to Sugar Ray Leonard.
Yo,
I'm just weighing it all up. You know.
Oh, okay. No, but who wins in a fight? I'm asking you for your opinion. Who would win? If you think it's Crawford, you can say it's your opinion, Ahmed. There's no pressure. You're entitled to say who you think. I want to know your opinion. Looking at both of them,
I would say 6-4 to Crawford. If they are 10-5,
give me a outcome. How do you see that fight going? Forget what everyone else thinks. Is your opinion. What do you think?
This fight is so close. They'll need a trilogy or something, 2 or 3 fights, because it is that close. I'm struggling to pick a winner. I'm a Crawford fan, but I'm a Leonard fan as well. It's very difficult to pick, and
it's a hard one for Ahmed. It's a hard one for Ahmed.
It's quite difficult for me.
But Stephen, is it a hard one for you?
Nah, not really, man. I mean, you talking about Ray Leonard, man. You know, you talking about the ultimate champ. You know, he had the speed and power. You know, he fought only the best. You know, even though I think he lost that fight to Marvelous Marvin Hagler, I think he lost that fight. But you know, Ray Leonard all day, man. What you say?
Guys, who else thinks Sugar Ray Leonard would beat Terence Crawford?
I do, and I think Hagler would knock out Terence in like 3 rounds.
No, but you can't compare Crawford to Hagler. I mean, because obviously he was a middleweight, and Hagler never jumped up weights to show more quality. You know,
Has Hagler never fought in welterweight?
Hagler never. Middleweight.
Oh, okay, sorry, yeah, but I think Leonard would be a decision over Terence.
Decision? Wow.
Yeah.
What about Tommy Hitman Hearns?
Sorry?
Hey?
What about Tommy Hitman Hearns?
Yeah, he was a legend, man.
He was tall. His reach was like insane.
Man, he was a great killer, boy.
Hands would be dangerous, man. Well, Stephen, we don't even know whether you said Jamel Charlo would beat Crawford, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what would Hands do?
Jamel, let me tell you something.
Wait, Charlo's a welterweight?
What? No,
Charlo's a light middleweight.
Yeah, he had 154. But let me tell you this: Jamel Charlo may fuck around and he might fuck around and kill TC. And I'm not trolling you, man. I'm being for real. He might send Terence Crawford to the ER on a stretcher. Jamel
Charlo.
Yeah, I'm talking about Charlo. For me, Jamel Charlo is, I got him pound for pound. I got him pound for pound.
Yeah, he's a strong guy. He can be outboxed though. He can be outboxed though. See, here we go. Marliner76 says, how can you compare Leonard and Crawford when Crawford's best win is Amir Khan?
Yeah, but that's
Amir Khan as well.
That's beside the point. You've got to see how he's dismantled their opponent. You got to see
how he watching that fight. Khan was landing good shots.
Crawford's not even admitted that Khan.
So here, Mackay, we have Terence Crawford, best win, washed up Amir Khan, and we have Sugar Ray Leonard fighting Marvin Hagler, Tommy Hearns, Hector Camacho. Come on, man, we can't really. Yeah, I don't even think this should be a debate. I think Leonard would batter
Crawford. I mean, and I don't think Crawford's best wins ever can. To be honest, I think it might be actually, I'm trying to think.
Gamboa is impressive.
It might actually have to be Gamboa, and even that's quite embarrassing. I mean, Gamboa.
No, but back then Gamboa was a man. Gamboa was crazy.
Gamboa.
But now Gamboa is
but Gamboa, he was tiny. Crawford was twice the size of him. Crawford was a giant.
Mackay, a quick one. Gamboa, a lot of people thought he'd beat Crawford at that point.
See, this is what I mean.
Gamboa was a favorite in that fight. You do know
Imran,
that.
you're making a great point there, Imran. Going into the fight, you know, you've got to see what level that the person was on, how he was rated.
Yeah, Gamboa was actually favorite going into that fight, Mackay.
Well, that's what people think. But in reality, I mean, Crawford was always going to win that.
Boy, that was a good ass fight, boy. That
was a good fight.
Gamboa almost got him out of there, but like Crawford held on.
Man, that was a good fight.
Stephen, my man Ray in the comment section. My man Ray comes at you and says Jermell Charlo ain't pound for pound yet. I've got to disagree. 3 belts out of the 4 in the 154-pound division. He's got to be pound for pound. He's got to make
this my dude. This my dude, Ray. What up, Ray?
Your boy Ray in the comment section.
Yeah, man, but you wrong about that, man. You gotta put him pound for pound, man. You gotta have him.
Top 5, top 10.
Yeah, he's definitely top 10. Definitely. Definitely.
I don't think he is in pound for pound top 10 yet.
You don't think Jermell Charlo's top 10 pound for pound, EK?
Maybe he's in like the lower like 10, like maybe 10, 8, 7. But like because like that weight division, they were playing hot potatoes with the belts for a while. You know, J-Rock Williams had it. He lost. Then the guy who had all the belts lost. It's not like they're defending belts well, except for Jermell Charlo is the top guy in that weight division.
Yeah, okay, so let's do it like this. Let's say, and this is for my man Ray. Let's do it like this. If Jermell Charlo put hands on Costano and snatch that belt from him, you're gonna have to put him pound for pound.
Okay, Stephen, let me ask you a question. I personally think Jermell will beat Castano, right?
Mm-hmm.
If he beats Castano, do you think he's better than Josh Taylor?
Yeah, I think he's better than Josh Taylor.
Forget about the fact that Josh is undisputed. Do you think he's a better fighter than Josh Taylor?
Yeah, I think he's a better fighter than Josh Taylor.
I think he's a monster. I think Jermell Charlo's a monster, by the way. I think he's a killer. I'd use your phrase there, Stephen. I think Jermell Charlo is a killer. When I mean killer, I mean like you're gonna struggle to go 12 rounds with this guy. Harrison did it, but Harrison's a beast. Harrison's a very good boxer. Again, a lot of these 154-pounders are very underrated. They're not very well known. You know, Jarrett Hurd's a beast. I know he lost against Arias. He was a beast in his day. So was that Julian Williams. He was another beast.
And to your point, I think Josh Taylor actually lost to. I think he lost to Progress, and the only reason he won was because it was in the UK, because it was a close fight. So
a lot of people say that. I think
geography mattered in that fight.
With Josh Taylor, I think Josh Taylor's a good fighter. Don't get me wrong. I like Josh. I think he's a good fighter, and I think he's definitely Britain's number 1 right now. The only thing is, I think if you look at a lot of his fights, if you look at a lot of Josh Taylor's fights, they're very close. Jermell Charlo's more impressive. Do you understand? So he's knocking guys out. Jermell Charlo, was it Jermell or Jamal that knocked out Lubin? He knocked him out.
That was Jermell.
That's what I'm saying. And Lubin's he's a hell of a fighter.
Yeah, that knockout was scary. That was like the first punch he threw in that fight, and he knocked him out.
He's a hell of a fighter.
Yeah,
and you know what? Knocked out Tony Harrison in the rematch.
Yeah.
This guy's knocking guys out. He's knocking guys clean out. That's far more impressive than a guy winning decisions for me.
And
I gotta disagree there.
Hey,
Imran, you know, like
who is that? Say that again. 1 second.
Me, I gotta disagree there. Is this about obviously if Charlo wins and then should Taylor still be above him on the pound for pound? Is that the question?
Yeah.
Yeah, I still think he does. I mean, how you got to look at it is, I mean, Charlo, how many fights has he had?
Charlo,
Put
Jamal
me in the
Charlo.
count, man. Charlo got some. He got a whole bunch of.
Well, I will say this: Jamal
fights.
Charlo's got some really good wins on his resume.
Yeah, yeah,
Really
he's got good wins. Taylor's got good wins as well, but Taylor, I think he's had only
Jamal Charlo
19
has
fights.
32 wins. 32
Okay,
fights
thank
and
you.
32
Yeah.
wins.
And
22
Taylor, he's had
knockouts.
like 19. I think he's had like 9 wins,
Yeah,
and he's become
19 fights. That's a
undisputed
good point.
in that short of time. And he's beating good fighters as well. He's beating Ramirez, Prograis, and Prograis was massively hyped by the Americans. I mean, even before that, he's fought good fighters. I mean, Branchik, he's a good fighter, but I mean, he's not as good as Prograis and all that were. But you look at Charlo. I mean, he's fought. Don't get me wrong, Charlo. He's beast of a man. He's in the pound for pound for sure. But I just feel Taylor has beaten better fighters than
Do you
the fighters
think
Charlo
so?
has beaten.
Do you think he's beaten better fighters than Jamal?
I
You know
mean,
who else beaten? Let me
Man,
name
you crazy,
out.
dude.
Yeah.
Erickson Lubin, Austin Trout, Tony Harrison, Jason Rosario, and now he's
Them
going to
some
fight
fucking
Castano.
killers.
Do you think?
Oh yeah, Charlo. He's beating good fights, and I think he's going to beat
But
Castano as
I'm
well.
asking you, Makai. I'm asking you, are they those names that are mentioned? Are those names that are mentioned to you? Do you think they're not better than Ramirez, Prograis, Barancic? You think Austin Trout? You think Austin Trout and Erickson Lubin?
I mean,
are better than
Austin Trout. I mean, you have to admit, Austin Trout. He wasn't as good as he was. He was a bit washed up. Harrison, that was a good win. Castano,
What about Lubin? Erickson Lubin.
Yeah, Lubin. That's a good win as well. Yeah, Charlo, he's had good wins, but so's Taylor. And I mean, Taylor's just done it in a short amount of time, and I think he's the better boxer as well. So that's why I still think he should be above.
But
Charlo.
Whose wins have been more impressive, though? Do you think?
And who's fought better competition? I think it's Charlo.
Up at Taylor.
Jamel Charlo, man. Listen, Jamel Charlo. Did you just hear what Imran was the names he was giving off? Them were some straight killers, man. Jamel Charlo is incredible, man. That's lunacy.
I mean, it's took him like 30 fights to become undisputed. Taylor's done it in such a short amount of time. Charlo is a lot more experienced, and Taylor's done it he's done it in 18 fights. 18 fights. You looked at his resume, and he's going to keep on getting better as well, just like Charlo. But I mean, he fought Ramirez, Prograis, Barancic. They were all undefeated, all hyped up as well.
Ramirez is a glorified journeyman.
Ramirez, he beat good fighters, and so
Ramirez's best win is Hooker.
Yeah, Hooker's all right. Hooker's a decent win as well. I mean, Ortiz just fought him as well, gave him a good fight, but Hooker's all right. I mean, he's not great, Hooker, but he's still a good win.
I will say, here's the thing. What I will say to you, Makai. I think the problem is with the guys that Taylor's fought. They ain't fought anybody. So like Ramirez, like I just said to you, his best win's Hooker. Apart from that, Uzi Postal in a fight that a lot of people thought he lost. Then we look at Prograis. Who the hell is that guy beat? That guy ain't fought anyone. What's his best win? Red Catch? Like, I don't even know what it's like. He's not fought anybody. So there's a lot of unproven on 40 where Austin Trout, he's proven. Jason Rosario, he had a good win against. Didn't Rosario beat Williams?
Yeah, he took. That's how he took the belts from. Because Williams fell out of the belt.
Williams. And then he also beat Erickson Lubin, who just beat Didn't Erickson Lubin just beat Rosario?
Yeah, but Lubin back then.
Erickson Lubin's a good
but Lubin was unexperienced back then. Lubin's a different fighter now. That's what I think. Lubin wasn't the same as he was now. That was ages ago. Charlo done that to him.
Yeah, but Charlo would still knock him out today.
And I mean, we got to look at Rosario. Didn't Rosario already get KO'd before he beat Williams? No, didn't he have a couple of losses, KO'd?
Yeah, Charlo knocked him out.
He did.
Yeah, but I mean, before that though, he got KO'd. But
he was KO'd once before early on in his career.
Yeah, I mean, they're all great wins. I mean, anyone can have an argument about who's better after Charlo becomes undisputed. But I don't know.
But
We'll
don't you
see.
think the progress in
Guys,
Josh Taylor fight was disputed? It was very close.
Pardon?
The question for you guys. You know, like you're saying, like Crawford, this, like you this in his resume. Like I'm sure that there's you guys here that think Josh Taylor will beat Crawford, innit?
I don't. No, I don't.
No way.
I know, Imran, you don't.
Yeah,
So who
Nah.
thinks Josh Taylor would beat Crawford?
me.
Yeah.
Nobody else.
Mackay thinks that. Mackay thinks that.
This is what I mean. It's like going into the fights, Gamboa, Postal, and whatnot, and now you're saying Josh Taylor. If Crawford knocks Taylor out in 3-4 rounds, you're going to say, well, Josh Taylor moved up from 140 and whatnot.
No, I'm not going to say that. I'm going to say it's a good win, and he's not going to take him out in 4 rounds. That would never happen.
I'm just saying 4 rounds or 6 rounds or 8 rounds,
Yeah,
whatever it is.
yeah, that's Crawford.
I
That's
get
a
what
great,
he's saying, though,
great win
Mackay.
for Crawford.
I get what he's saying, though. Look, all of us are saying, majority of us, if you ask 20 people, 19 or 18 people will say Crawford beats Taylor, right? So the problem is that if Crawford was to fight someone like Taylor, right, and then he beats Taylor, people are going to say, well, he just beat a guy that we all expected him to beat. What we want from Crawford is for him to fight a guy that we don't expect him to beat, that we think is going to be tough.
Okay, I guess someone like
Jamel
Charlo then, or Spence. I guess someone like that.
Yes,
I guess, yeah.
someone like that.
A lot of
that
people think he beats Taylor.
All the PBC guys.
Yeah, a lot of people think he beats Taylor. So yeah, I understand what you mean there.
Yeah,
Definitely.
so like this is what I mean, because I don't think with Taylor, I don't think it's gonna. If Crawford beats Taylor, what are people gonna say, Mackay? Oh, well, he beat a guy of 140 pounds. Oh, well, they're not gonna give him credit. So this is what I'm trying to say. What Crawford needs to do. Crawford needs to say, okay, I'll go up to fight Jermell Charlo. Like Steven said, Jermell Charlo would put him out on a stretcher. Okay, then Crawford's got to say, okay, let me prove at my greatness. Let me prove how great I am. Let me dare to be great. Right? Just like Canelo would do if he fights Beterbiev. Because a lot of people think Beterbiev beats Canelo. So what we want from Crawford is Crawford to prove that he's great. Right? Nobody's against Crawford. Nobody hates Crawford, Ahmed. People just want to see Crawford test his ability, test himself. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, 135, 140, 147, jumping up to 154 and fighting the best. I mean, if you pulled it off, people will still, I don't know, do you think he'll get the credit that he deserves then?
What, if he beat Jermell Charlo?
If he beat Jermell Charlo, yeah.
If people don't give him credit if he beats Charlo, I mean, I would be shocked if I don't think he beats Charlo at all. Charlo is just too powerful. I wouldn't say he's a lot bigger than it. I don't know, really. I wouldn't say he's a lot bigger than him. But, it's very impressive. If he
Canelo, Mackay, I want to ask you about Canelo, right? Canelo Alvarez. PBC want him to sign a 3-fight deal, right? What do you make of that? I know you've just said that you just said that now they're 1-fight deal. Do you think this plant fight will happen? What do you think?
Well, I heard that Plant wants 15 million, which is pathetic. But I don't know if it's true or not. I don't know. I mean, it just seems to me a Plant that really want to fight Canelo. But I mean, if they do go that deal, the fight happens, then that's sweet. But I ain't really got a lot to say, and I'm not exactly confident. But the thing is, I'd rather him not fight Plant than fight Beterbiev. I would love that fight. It's a lot better than Plant because I think Canelo beats Plant, but I don't think he beats Beterbiev. So
Mackay, I want to ask you a question. George Groves made a comment a couple weeks ago. He said, and Burning Desire has just said this in the thing. He said that he would have beaten Canelo. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I don't agree with that at
all. Why do you disagree with that?
Canelo's levels above him.
Yeah, I'd agree. Do you think he stops him?
Nah, I think it'll go prime grows as prime Canelo. I think it'll go the distance.
Nah, Canelo would break him in half.
I mean, I usually say that. I said, Canelo's gonna knock this guy out. Canelo's
But I mean, I thought he was going to stop Smith with body shots and everything, and it ended up going 12 rounds. I mean, Canelo's got power, but he's not got. I wouldn't say he's got one punch power at 160. I don't know. I mean,
but if he can stop, if he can stop Billy Joe, he can stop Groves easier. Because I think Billy Joe beats Groves.
Yeah, I mean,
it's just one of them things.
Yeah,
it's like when Ali stopped what's his name, George Foreman, but George Foreman stopped Joe Frazier, but Ali couldn't stop Joe Frazier. It's just one of those things. Like it's just like you never know.
Guys, what do you make of Carl Froch? Do you think he could have beaten, or he would have beaten? I don't think so, but do you think he would?
I mean, I think Canelo would win.
Yeah,
but I think people are sleeping on that fight. Froch is tough as nails, man. He does bring it to you, and he's got power, but he's not technically good or anything.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. You hit the nail on the head. Why Froch wouldn't win that fight?
Yeah, I think
technically good enough.
Froch could hurt Canelo, but I think Canelo's head movement's just too good, and I don't think they'll be able to hit him clean too often. But if he did land on him and that, I think Canelo would be.
I don't think so. I don't think so, Ahmed. I think people underestimate how great a chin Canelo's got. Canelo fought Smith. Smith caught him flush with so many shots. Smith's a big puncher. He's bigger than Froch, right? And Canelo it just great. It didn't even hurt him. Let's not forget Carl Froch went the distance with Kessler twice. Carl Froch went the distance with Darrell. Carl Froch went the distance with John Pascal. Carl Froch went the distance with every top fighter he got in the ring with. Carl Froch went the distance with majority of them, right?
Yeah,
Carl Froch
was good. He was good. Carl Froch.
He was good, yeah, no doubt. But he wouldn't have beaten Canelo. That's my point.
Yeah,
what do you guys think
what
about
Amir Khan said?
Sorry.
What?
Amir Khan said that he hit Canelo. He said Canelo was like hitting the inanimate object almost, because he was hitting it with everything he had, and Canelo wasn't even. He was acting like he was impervious to everything. And back in the day, America hit. So he could crack.
He was a lot smaller. He was a lot smaller than he was a lot
two weight classes below.
But I'm just saying that Canelo. I'm just saying that Canelo is tough, and I don't see Carl Froch.
Without question. Golovkin. Does Froch hit harder than Golovkin? He took all of Golovkin's power.
Yeah, I mean, I like Golovkin the Froch fight. That's a good fight.
But
Froch hits harder, I think.
But
Golovkin?
Yeah.
No way.
No.
But do you know what one thing Froch has that Canelo doesn't have?
What?
He fought with 80,000 people, and Canelo's only fought with 75.
Yeah. Yeah, Froch saying.
No, Canelo fought in front of 60, 70,000.
70, 75, I think. 73, 73.
Not 80.
But it's not 80. I'm kidding.
It's not 80, yeah.
Yeah, so Canelo for me.
Guys, I gotta head out. I hope you all have a great day, and Imran, I hope you feel better tomorrow.
Peace out, EK.
You too, man.
Take care, man.
Yeah.
Peace.
What about Canelo v Calzaghe, Makai?
Calzaghe.
Yeah, Calzaghe was a great fighter, man.
Yeah, he was good all around. I thought volume punching. Yeah,
different class. That guy was a. I got my friend in the comment section, Carl, and he believes that Froch would have beaten Calzaghe. He thinks Calzaghe slaps. He's a slapper. I'm like,
I disagree with Carl.
Yeah, I disagree as well. What do you think, Stephen?
Carl's just tripping, man.
Carl, look at what Carl's saying. Calzaghe overrated.
No way. No way. Calzaghe is a guy that went to America when everyone doubted him. Everyone thought he wasn't going to win. He beat that Lacey, who was very hyped.
Yeah.
Obviously, Jones and Hopkins, they Well, Hopkins wasn't really that bad. I mean, Hopkins, he was still being great guys at that age.
Yeah.
But yeah, Roy Jones, yeah, obviously he wasn't the same at all. But he beat Kessler in his prime. I mean, good. He beat Eubank as well. He's got good wins, Calzaghe.
Yeah, I think Calzaghe would have beaten Froch.
Yeah.
Just by sheer volume and movement.
I think Canelo and Golovkin would have beaten Froch, to be honest.
Yeah.
I don't think Froch beats any of those type of. I just don't think he was technically good enough to beat someone like Calzaghe, Canelo, or even Golovkin. I think those guys were not just tough. Well, Calzaghe was a more fast fighter using hand speed. I think Froch was too limited. We saw that against Ward, didn't we, Mackay? When he fought what's his name, Ward. He was totally outclassed in that fight.
Yeah, he was totally outclassed in that. I mean, Ward showed him there's levels, and he showed that with his head movement as well. He didn't get hit with the big punches that Froch was throwing. He was making Froch miss badly, and I think Canelo would beat him. And I mean, with Golovkin was such a good boxer. Like I reckon Froch would really struggle with Golovkin's pressure and jab.
I think the only two Mackay that would have given Canelo trouble at 168 are Calzaghe and Ward. I think they're the only two that I would have. And by the way, I'm not saying they would have definitely beaten him. I know. I think they would have been great fights. Do you see where I'm coming from?
Yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah, I absolutely get what you mean. Yeah.
I don't think any of the other 168s beat Canelo. I think those the only two that I wish they were around that in Canelo's time, because I would have loved to see those two.
Imagine Roy Jones, 168 Roy Jones versus Canelo.
I don't think you could beat.
Yeah, I mean Roy Jones, he was something special. I don't think anyone would beat him.
Yeah. My man Ray, how are you?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
Yeah, good, man. Good. It's nice having you on, mate. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, man. How you doing? How are you all doing, lads?
I'm doing good, man.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Hey, what's up, Ray?
Steve, how you doing, brother?
Man, I'm chilling, man. Chilling.
Good.
What are you making of what's going on then, Ray? I want to ask you some questions.
Yeah, go on, Ray.
Basically, what do you make of the Pacquiao Spence press conference? What do you make of the Canelo Plant situation? I did tell you though, didn't I, Ray? I did tell you that the fight's gonna happen on Fox. It's looking like that at the minute. It's looking like that it could happen on Fox.
Well, it looks as though that he may have to take this free fight deal.
No, did you not hear? Did you not? Oh, you came on later, Ray. Did you not hear what Mackay was saying? Mackay read out a statement just recently been published.
Saying what?
Mackay, do you want to say that again? What you said earlier about the plant stuff? Mackay, you there?
Hello.
Hello, yeah, Mackay, you there? Ray just wants to know what was it that was published about the Plant Canelo fight?
Oh, it was on ESPN. It said that Canelo, that the PBC. Oh wait, let me read it. I literally just forgot it for some reason. Got it. Sources from the side of Al Heyman's PBC have reportedly insisted they are willing to do a one-fight deal with Canelo for the Caleb Plant Undisputed bout September 18th.
Oh, one fight deal, right?
Yeah, one fight.
I heard it was a 3-fight deal.
It was, and then
yeah. Well, I don't know. Obviously, Canelo's desperate to become undisputed. So if that's what he needs to do, fair enough. But DAZN's idea to have Canelo on and have the date for September 11th made me under the opinion that it was going to take place on that card. But then again, I know you did come on our show and say that, Imran. I know you did say that, but I always said that there could be a chance that Plant just prices himself out that fight. And then there was talk, let's be honest, that Canelo might just go and fight Pacquiao or Bivol in September and then revisit the Plant situation. And then there was talk maybe Plant may have another fight and said because Al Heyman might just take him in a different direction. But if the fight goes on and it happens, fair enough. But all Caleb Plant's doing is just selling his belt to Canelo. So even if he demands 50 million and he gets 50 million, then the outcome's still going to stay the same. He hasn't got a chance of beating Canelo in this fight.
Ray, Carl's saying that he thinks the fight's going to happen on DAZN still. Do you have that same? Do you think it'll happen on DAZN as well?
I still think it'll happen on DAZN, yeah. I still think it'll happen on DAZN. If that fight's going to happen, it'll be on DAZN, yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Do you think that Caleb Plant? You said Caleb Plant hasn't got a chance of beating Canelo. Ray, Stephen disagrees because I know he thinks that Caleb has got a chance of beating Canelo.
He does. I don't give him a better chance than what I give Billy Joe Saunders. For me, I've always said that the best super middleweight who fought Canelo was Callum Smith, and he completely took apart Callum Smith. So I can't really then say the likes of Billy Joe Saunders and Caleb Plant have got a better chance than Callum Smith at beating Canelo. I just can't see it.
Stephen,
that's a good assessment, man. Actually, I don't disagree with Ray that much. I'm saying the same thing he's saying. Basically, is that I ain't picking him to beat Canelo, man. I'm not an idiot. But what I'm saying is that shit, Caleb, man, he ain't no sucker. And if anybody's gonna give him a hard time, it's gonna be Caleb Plant, because Caleb Plant can box, man. He is the 2.0 version of Billy Joe.
Yeah,
he's better than Billy Joe, though.
Yeah, he's better than Billy Joe.
Yeah, he is.
Fair enough. What do you think he does better than Billy Joe, Stephen?
Everything. His reaction every time is better than Billy Joe. He's a lot slicker than Billy Joe. I think he can crack harder than Billy Joe. He's not he ain't the hardest punching guy, but he can punch, I think, better than Billy Joe. I mean, harder than Billy Joe, in my opinion. I may be off on that, but he does a lot of stuff better than Billy Joe. Pretty much everything. He's the more improved version of Billy Joe.
Okay, guys, I'll ask you this then. Makai, Ahmed, and Ray, question to you. Does Plant do anything better than Smith or Saunders? Ray, Carl's asking.
No, it doesn't. Like I said before, Smith was the best out of three. So he doesn't. He's not going to do better. He's not going to do better than them in that fight. And in terms of fighting ability, no. I think if the three of them were to be in some sort of tournaments, Smith would have come out on top at 68.
Yeah. Fair enough. Mohamed,
harder puncher. He's got the better jab. Billy Joe might have, or Plant might have better footwork, but overall Smith's a better fighter.
Yeah,
great. He does have better footwork.
Yeah, better footwork. Yeah.
See that again?
I was just saying that you're right about that, because Caleb does have better footwork.
Yeah. Smith doesn't have the best. Well, I wouldn't say his footwork's poor, but it's not better than Plant and Billy Joe Saunders. But he hits harder than them. He's got them. He's better on the inside than them.
Let me ask y'all something real quick. Off the subject of boxing, in the UK, are the drivers aggressive?
Well, I tell you what, Stephen, you wouldn't be driving while you're doing this in the UK.
Really?
I don't know how you can drive and be on the live at the same time, man, bro.
Oh man, what? I mean, it's not hard to do.
Yeah, in the UK, we pulled for that, man. You would get about 6 or 9 points on your license, and yeah,
for real?
Yeah,
man. Here, man, you can pretty much do anything while you driving, man. But I was just asking because, man, it seems like people are more aggressive.
It's probably because to the road.
Yeah, man. Damn.
Yeah, it's correct. UK man, when what aggressive in the sense like what have you been watching the news and stuff about the football and stuff where people have been beating each other up or
Yeah,
beating?
man.
Yeah, because they
Y'all
lost.
think that's serious, huh?
Yeah, but you got to remember, in the UK we don't have guns. In America we got guns.
Yeah,
So you guys are different to us guys, man.
Yeah, I got a gun on me right now. Everybody in America got guns.
What?
Yeah,
You got a piece?
Yeah. yeah. I got a gun on me right now.
don't show it. Don't show it. Don't show
I won't know it, but I'm just saying, like, yeah.
Fair
You're
enough.
You're gonna get us kicked off YouTube, man.
Yeah.
Nah, that's all, man. I'm just saying, everybody
Yeah,
over
so
here. Has,
basically, coming back to boxing talk, what did you guys make of the Pacquiao Spence Ray? I know I asked you because you weren't there earlier on.
You did. I mean, are you on about when he's saying that Spence is better than Mayweather?
Yeah.
Well, to quote one of your phrases in your videos, I also nearly spat out my coffee when he said that. Because I think what he's trying to do there, he's obviously trying to sell the fight. He's obviously trying to make a point to try and emphasize he's fighting a real life opponent at his peak, at his correct weight. I don't think Spence is better than Mayweather. I think we all know that, but I think he's trying to sell and make out just how monumental a task this is when he's been out the ring for so long. Spence is serious. He's the best in the welterweight division. He's huge. He's got all the advantages, physical advantages, and I think it's probably dawned on Manny Pacquiao. But Manny Pacquiao's a fighter, though. He's taken on this chance, and I still don't see Manny winning this fight. So he could have said Errol Spence isn't as good as Keith Thurman or isn't as good as Cotto or Mayweather, but it still won't make a difference come fight night because Spence will still be too big, too strong for him.
Yeah, he basically said that the reason he said he's Spence is better than Mayweather because I think he was saying Spence will teach Mayweather how to fight toe to toe.
Yeah, he was, and I think he was having a little dig, but we all know how aggressive Floyd was when he was Pretty Boy.
Yeah.
So I do struggle when people say that Mayweather was, he ran, he didn't run, he controlled fights from the outside. I mean, Mayweather still had the best lead right hand I've seen in the past 10, 15 years. When he threw that lead right hand from the outside and then ducked to avoid the counter. You name a fighter who could have done that better.
Yeah,
I don't think anybody can, and we'll be on here for another good 3 hours. So I think Mike Pacquiao should be putting more respect on Mayweather's name when he's coming out with stuff like that.
What do you think, Stephen? And you guys about what things said about what's his name? Pacquiao said about Spence being better than Mayweather. Do you agree with that?
Here's my thing. Okay, now why can Mayweather? Why does he get to take endless shots at Pac-Man? And Pac-Man, the first thing he says, he's vilified for it.
Yeah,
when Mayweather
I agree.
Poking at Manny, he's constantly doing that, saying that he has to fight for money. No, he doesn't. Manny Pacquiao, he has more money than both you and I can count. It'll take us a lifetime to count all his money.
Yeah, I know, and I agree with you there, Stephen. Mayweather also should keep his mouth shut because Pacquiao is, if you look at what Pacquiao's achieved, you could argue it's greater than what Floyd's achieved. So I think, Floyd, they're having digs at each other because the rivalry that they've got, but it's unnecessary. It's unnecessary. The 4 Floyd's won fair and square. That should be it. in my opinion, because you could argue both the digs that they're having at each other it's just unwarranted. It's completely flawed. Like we all know, Manny is financially stable beyond anything. I think Manny's argument is, look, I'm still fighting real fighters, Keith Thurman, obviously Errol Spence, Floyd. You could have an argument that he carefully selected who he fought towards the end of his career. Manny's just went in with it's what you say, Stephen, straight killers.
Yeah.
So, both of them got to look at themselves and just kind of think, where they're coming from. But don't let it distract you from the fight, because this fight's going to be interesting. I'm really looking forward to this fight.
Yeah. I think it's going to be I don't know, man. As a fight is wearing closer, I'm gonna get more fascinated by who's gonna be pulled it. Like, I think Spence is a clear favorite, and the first time I said this to Stephen as well. This is the first time that I think in all my years of picking Manny Pacquiao fights, the first time I'm ever picking against Manny to lose. I've always picked Manny to win in every fight,
even against Floyd.
Yeah, I even thought I thought he'd outwork Floyd and win a point.
Really?
I was a little worried. I was a little worried at that point for Pacquiao, in the sense that I didn't think he was the same Pacquiao. I thought the one that in 2010, I thought that one might have. At that point, I just didn't see anyone beating that Pacquiao. In 2010, if anyone had asked me about that fight, I would have said Pacquiao all day long. I just didn't see how anyone could beat Pacquiao at that point.
I always thought styles make fights. I just thought Floyd's style was just all wrong for Pacquiao.
Possibly. You're possibly right. I think after seeing that fight, I probably thought that, Pacquiao can't win this fight. That guy's too elusive. He's too good.
Yeah.
What do you think, Stephen? Or Makai and Ahmed? What do you think? Makai?
Hold on. What did you say now?
Yeah, Makai, you there?
Yeah.
Pacquiao Mayweather. Do you think if they had fought in their primes, who would you have picked?
Oh yeah, Pacquiao would annihilate him.
Oh, you hear that, Ray?
Prime for prime, Pacquiao would annihilate him. Pacquiao was annihilating everyone in his prime. Cotto, Margarito, Spence. He's quite now. Obviously, a lot of people think Spence is going to win.
Mayweather? You ever seen Floyd Mayweather when he was Pretty Boy?
Are you talking about he would have annihilated Floyd Mayweather when Floyd Mayweather was at his prime?
Oh no, I thought you were talking about Pacquiao Spence.
No, like Mayweather and Pacquiao in his prime. But
don't know.
No, it's got to be Floyd, man.
Did you see what he did? Did you see what Floyd did to Turo Gaddy?
Yep.
Did you see what he did to Chico Corrales?
So you're talking about if Pretty Boy Floyd versus Pacquiao? That's what you're talking about.
I think Pacquiao.
If it was that, Pacquiao, yes, Pacquiao would win that. But if we're talking about Money Mayweather, the defensive version, then I don't really know. Is that?
I agree with Makai.
Yeah.
100%.
I disagree with
Pretty
you,
Boy
man.
Floyd would get dismantled against Pacquiao.
He's fine. Pacquiao's
fight with Pacquiao, he's in big trouble.
You crazy.
That 2010 version.
You crazy.
Mayweather beats Pacquiao. Yeah, money made.
Imran.
What punch beats the southpaw?
The straight right hand.
There you go. Who's the best at throwing it? Floyd.
I say the best at throwing it against Pacquiao was Marquez, not Mayweather, because he flattened him.
It took Marquez 4 fights to do that.
Look. You just said the punch that beats the southpaw is usually it's the right hand, isn't it? The right hand from the orthodox stance. And I've just said who's the best one to throw it and not get countered with it. Floyd Mayweather. Now he could still do that when he was Pretty Boy. I know what you're trying to say. I hear you. When he was Pretty Boy, because he was so aggressive, he was a bit more open. And if he engaged in a fight, then he's more likely to get counted more, isn't he, or Pacquiao? But he was still throwing the lead right hand when he was Pretty Boy. He just didn't do it enough. It's when he was Money. It was like the main. It was almost like he was doing it on the off. It was more of a lead, and then he would revert to holding or maneuvering off onto the back foot to be on the outside. When he was Pretty Boy,
Tell him, right? Tell him.
it's true though, Stephen, isn't it? That's the way he boxed.
I mean,
didn't Castillo get to Mayweather? Didn't he get to Pretty Boy Floyd? Didn't he win that fight?
It was a close fight, but you could argue that Floyd won on a close fight.
No, come on, Ray. No one had Mayweather winning that one. No one. Everyone had Mayweather lose. I haven't spoken to anyone that said Mayweather won that first Castillo fight.
Yeah, you're right about that.
That's like. I mean, it was a close fight, but that's what happens when it's a close fight. It wasn't like a robbery, was it?
Well, a lot of people did say it was a robbery at the time. They were like, "Oh, this is disgrace." The commentators were like, "This is a disgrace."
I thought Castillo won it.
And then what happened? What happened when he fought him again?
Yeah, he adapted.
He beat him. I agree.
Okay,
I agree, he beat him.
And great fighters make adjustments. And that's what happens.
But he didn't make the adjustments in that fight, though. In the Castillo fight, the first one.
That was probably okay. You tell me, apart from when he fought, when he had a fight against Hernandez, didn't he? Was that at 126 when he fought Hernandez? Yeah,
that was earlier on. What about Maidana?
Yeah, that was a big. Aside from that, what other big challenge until he fought Castillo did he have?
Maidana.
That's right.
The Maidana fight was after, wasn't it?
I mean, De La Hoya. A lot of people thought De La Hoya won.
De La Hoya. A lot of people thought split decision. No, but what we're talking about is his career at Pretty Boy Floyd.
Oh, I'd say it's Castillo.
He walked through like a lot. Yeah, I would say he won quite comfortably. All of the fights he made it look easy. Yeah, he did. Yeah, I'll give him that. Yeah, I'll give you that. But if we're looking at Mayweather's whole career, then there was a lot of disputed fights in there as well, like the De La Hoya fight, the Castillo fight, the Maidana fight. There was a lot of fights in there that were very close.
And then he won the rematches apart from De La Hoya quite convincingly. What I would say with the De La Hoya fight is, and I was arguing with some lad, he actually knows you, this lad. He's from Trinidad, Imran. This is how big you're getting. He knows you're from Trinidad. But anyway, he basically saying he thought Mayweather won that fight about 8 rounds to 4, 9 rounds to 3. And I said, the De La Hoya fight. De La Hoya for me won the first 5 rounds, easy.
Yeah.
Easy. What he's saying is, but how effective was he? De La Hoya's aggression was very effective. He was landing the cleaner, harder punching. So how else you score a fight? At the end of the day, Floyd won the remaining 7 rounds. So it was a close fight. He won by 2 rounds. But I wouldn't turn around. When Oscar talks about having the blueprint, he's talking rubbish. When people say De La Hoya was robbed, they're talking nonsense. It was a close fight, but De La Hoya threw away that fight.
Yeah, De La Hoya threw away a lot of fights like that, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, and
what about
Maidana was a close fight. He could have ended up losing. But even the Cotto fight.
Yeah. Isn't that the fight where he ended up with a bloody nose and then his uncle said that we need to get back to basics, and then he started training.
Yeah, Floyd did get roughed up, but I mean, this is boxing. If you go in the shower, you're gonna get wet.
But then Ray, think about how easy Pac-Man beat Cotto. Pacquiao destroyed Cotto.
Isn't it? That's styles. Styles make fights. It's a bit like just because A beats C doesn't mean that A is going to beat.
No. I'm not saying that's the reason why I think he would have beaten Mayweather. I'm just saying when you think about how great Cotto was for Pacquiao, because remember people thought Pacquiao would get murdered by Cotto. They thought there's no.
Okay, what weight did Mayweather fight Cotto at?
147, I believe.
150. No, it was 154.
Was it
154 exactly. And what weight did Pacquiao fight Cotto?
I think that was at welterweight.
I'm sure it was a catch weight.
Yeah, that was that welterweight.
Was it not a
Welterweight.
catch weight?
I mean, I'll check it now. One sec.
I'm sure it was a catch weight.
But this was a 2010 card.
world welterweight title. No, he
2000
fought about 147.
Was it
Yeah,
actually
2000
147 or catch weight?
Yeah, 147. Yeah.
This was a Cotto like that was. This was a prime Cotto. I don't think Floyd fought Cotto when he was in his prime. But I'm not saying his excuse because Floyd wasn't in his prime either. But
Yeah, that was at welterweight. Yeah.
When Pacquiao fought him.
Yeah, when Pacquiao fought him. Yeah. And Floyd fought him at super welter. But let's not forget, Floyd's bigger than Pacquiao as well.
yeah,
Floyd's bigger than Pacquiao. See, Israel here in the comment section saying, while Floyd asked Marquez to move up 2 weight classes and even paid Marquez to go overweight, he goes, Manny natural weight is 135 at that time. Manny just fought one time at 135 and he moved up from 130. So Israel saying Manny moved up 4 weight classes in 1 year.
That guy was a killer, mate. He was a killer. He was beating up bigger guys.
Yeah, he was. That Pacquiao was a very, very formidable.
Yeah, I thought about. I mean, so prime Floyd versus prime Pacquiao. I think Pacquiao.
Yeah, I think I just don't know. I just don't know how you'd be able to neutralize that version of Pacquiao. Mm-hmm. Especially, I don't think the 2015 version of Pacquiao was as good, anywhere near as good as the one. That's how much I think Pacquiao at that point was such a beast. I don't think the Pacquiao that beat Cotto in 2010 would have had an easier time with Cotto. I think he might have even lost against Cotto, possibly in 2015, the one that fought Floyd.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know. I just think Mayweather at his absolute prime was absolutely, he was absolutely the don, in my opinion.
Steven,
Yeah,
what do you think?
I agree with Ray, man. I think that old school, pretty boy Floyd, man, he was incredible, man. I mean, like I was asking you earlier, man. I mean, Chico Corrales, man, he was good, man. Augustus Emmanuel. I mean, look at the names he beat, man, back then. DeMarcus Corley.
Yeah.
DeMarcus Corley.
Chop Corley.
Yeah.
Yep. Chop. Man, I don't know, man. I love Pac-Man though. I love them both, man. I don't know, but I know that pound, prime for prime. I gotta take Floyd prime for prime.
But boy, he's literally fighting Pacquiao's fight. No one. Every time people try and fight Pacquiao's fight, they get knocked out. They get dropped. I see the same thing happening to Floyd. And even if they did fight boy, Floyd would never come at him the offensive way like he does with everyone else. He would never do that with Pacquiao. That's a stupid game plan.
Even more the reason why Floyd would win that fight then.
Nah, Floyd.
He would apply his Philly shell and hit him with the lead right hands, and he wouldn't get hit. Boxing's about hitting and not getting hit.
Yeah, but do you think Floyd easily doesn't get hit by Pacquiao a lot in that fight if they did fight in their prime? Pacquiao was a lot faster.
Yeah, but don't forget. I think Floyd was quick as well, man.
I think that's a very good fight.
Floyd was quick. I just think he's gonna fight Pacquiao's fight. Pacquiao was faster, and no one really who has good.
No, I hear where you're coming from. But no one had a better. No one. Pacquiao wouldn't have come across anyone who had a better, as good as defense as what Floyd had back then, did he? He fought offensive fighters. That's the thing about Pacquiao. When people talk about Mayweather picking and choosing opponents, you could argue that Floyd fought a lot of people, Pacquiao fought a lot of people that just came forward, that defensively weren't that good, so they had no option but the fighters, you know, apart from Joshua Clottey, who basically put his hands in front of his face to the point where Pacquiao, I can't remember what round it was, he hit him with both fists at the same time. I don't know if you remember that point in the fight.
Yeah, I remember that bit,
yeah. All Pacquiao's opponents will come forward fighters.
I mean, who did Pacquiao? I'm not saying he avoided them. Who did have really good defense that Pacquiao didn't fight? That was in the same weight class as him. I can try and check. Actually.
Well, when did he fight at 54? Because wasn't, you know, he
could have Margarito at 54.
Yeah. So he's saying there would have been no one at 54 at that time, no one at welterweight at that time.
I'm just
to them boys like Lara and that.
I don't think at 47. Yeah, but Floyd avoided a few fights at 47 as well. He didn't fight Margarito. He didn't fight
Lara, who was his mandatory.
Williams, you know, at that time.
He didn't fight Keith Thurman.
Yeah, he didn't fight. Yeah, but that was later on though, Stephen. But like he didn't fight Costa Zoo.
I'm just looking at the magazine rankings from 2010.
I forgot about Costa Zoo.
Like who was like some slick fighters. Yeah, I only see Floyd at the moment.
Yep.
Yeah, Floyd definitely had his ways. He had his ways of getting out of fights, man, that he should have fought. Like, you know, I would have loved to have seen him across the zoo.
Yeah.
That would have been a good fight.
I think he would have beat Costa Zoo, but that would have been a good fight.
Yeah, man. It just seems like, man, he lost his way.
You agree with this? Golden King Toy says Floyd avoided Paul Williams, Sergio Martinez, and Margarito.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. That's 100% accurate. What do you say, Ray?
Yep, I would agree. Yeah.
Sergio Martinez.
Paul Williams. Don't forget, Paul Williams was serious at that point before he ran into Sergio Martinez and he got
Martinez was a middleweight though.
No, but he fought at 54.
Yeah.
Them all three them gangsters, boy.
It would have been too big though. Martinez was big. I think Martinez.
So was Paul Williams.
Big.
Paul Williams.
Yeah, but Paul Williams was at welter. I don't think Martinez ever was at welter.
No, but he was at 54 at one point before he went up the middleweight.
Yeah, no. I'm saying Paul Williams was actually at welter though.
Yeah, I know. But the question said he avoided the three fighters. He didn't say he avoided them all at welterweight. You see what I'm saying? This kid's saying he's avoided them. He hasn't avoided them all at welterweight. He just said he avoided them.
Yeah.
Unless I'm wrong, but that's the way I'm reading it.
I wouldn't say he avoided Sergio Martinez. I'd say Margarito and I don't think Floyd. If Floyd was at welterweight, could you say he avoided Jermell Charlo, for example? Nobody's saying Crawford's avoiding Jermell Charlo.
Because Crawford's at welterweight right now.
Yeah,
but so was Mayweather. Mayweather didn't really move up to 154 to have a campaign. He maybe picked up a title here and there. Can't even remember Mayweather having a run at 154.
Yeah, but when Paul Williams was calling him out, Floyd, they were both welter right then, right?
Yeah, but that's what I mean. No. We're talking about Sergio Martinez. That's not avoiding him.
Yeah.
Do you guys think he?
Go on, Mackay.
Do you think he ducked Amir Khan because there was a poll he done on his Twitter saying who would you rather see me fight, Maidana or Khan? And Khan won the poll, but Floyd just fought Maidana.
Yeah, but this is the thing that gets me. At some point, just because a fight doesn't happen with somebody or they ducking somebody, let's think about it. Amir Khan, his style gives him problems, but so did Maidana's style.
Yeah.
And Maidana hits a lot harder than Amir Khan. So at what point are we saying it's a bit like what some people are saying when they say, and I said on your show, Imran, when just because Canelo didn't fight Charlo or Andre and he fought Golovkin, if Canelo was a wimp, he wouldn't fight Golovkin because Golovkin hits hard. He would fight one of those. So if you fight Golovkin, how do you run away from Charlo and Andre? And this is what I'm saying. If you fight Maidana, who's a heavy puncher, and Stephen will be calling Maidana a straight killer. How do you fight a straight killer Maidana, but then just because you don't want to fight Amir Khan, or you're avoiding Amir Khan? Do you agree with Carl? Do you think Floyd would have destroyed Amir Khan? He would have beaten him convincingly, yeah. Yeah, he would have beaten him. Do you think he would have destroyed him? Like, what do you mean by destroyed? Like a white? I don't know what he means by that. I'm asking you what Carl. I'm telling you what Carl said. Oh yeah, I've just seen that now.
I don't think he would have destroyed him. I mean, that Amir Khan was a different beast.
Yeah.
He was fast as hell.
He would have beaten him convincingly though on points. Like I think he would have beaten him by like 3-4 rounds. I don't think he would have. I think
that would have been close. I don't know whether it would have been that easy for Mayweather at that age as well. That would have been a hard fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, but back to what I was saying. It's just
fight being a once. I don't think anyone could have beaten that Khan that easy. Like I just don't see it. I think unless he caught him and stopped him. I mean,
Floyd doesn't really have punching. Floyd didn't really have punching power.
I don't see it, man. I don't see it.
I reckon he'd time Khan. I reckon he'd time him.
Very accurate. What you got?
That's what I'm saying, Mackay.
Yeah, I reckon he'd time him.
He'd have to knock him out. I think. I don't think that would have been an easy fight.
No, Khan.
But Amir Khan is only being outboxed by Terence Crawford.
But that can't include that.
Yeah, he was washed. I mean, his trainer even admitted it though. Really.
Yeah.
Said he's not as fast as he used to be.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, you know, when even when Amir Khan was at his peak, he still never fought anyone like Mayweather.
Oh yeah.
But, you know,
but Floyd never fought anyone as fast as Khan though. Not even close. Not even close.
No, because Khan's speed was special, but I still think Floyd Mayweather had enough about him.
I agree with you, Ray. I agree. I think Mayweather would have won that fight. I agree. Yeah. I agree. But I don't think he destroys him or it's an easy fight. No chance. Amir Khan's not Carl Froch. He's not technically deficient. He hasn't got the chin of Froch, but he ain't technically deficient.
Oh yeah,
like Froch, where he's gonna get outclassed, where the other guys just, Froch. I know why Carl said about Froch. Froch doesn't have the technical ability to compete with elite level guys. Khan had technical ability. What let him down was his chin in certain fights. But in terms of technical ability, he could compete with the best. I don't think Carl Froch could compete with the best in the sense that I don't think you put Ward or Canelo in the ring with Froch. He's like a fish. He's like a fish out of water. He doesn't know what to do because he's technically deficient. That's why Ward outclassed him. I don't think.
Well, he gave Kovalev a good fight, and Kovalev was not Kessler.
Yeah, but Kessler again is similar style to Carl Froch. Another guy that got outclassed by Andre Ward. Right?
Yeah, but Kessler had better and more skills, I would suppose, than Carl Froch.
Yeah.
He fought the wrong. He tried to be macho Kessler, and that's where he went wrong.
What I'm trying to say is technical ability.
Yeah,
technical ability could match. Now, I don't believe Floyd had I don't think Floyd was a huge puncher. I think he more like, especially at 147, right? So it's kind of the same thing. So like Carl saying that Khan had technical ability with no chin. Fair, I'd agree. But Carl Froch had a great chin with not great technical ability. That's why Ward was able to outclass him the way he did. But when Ward went up against Kovalev, a guy that could box and a guy that could punch, Kovalev got robbed in that first fight. But this is what I'm trying to say, that I feel it's the same kind of principle. But the difference is I feel for example, like if Froch went up against Ward, I just don't think that's a fight. If Khan went up against Mayweather, I think Mayweather wins, but I think Khan would be competitive in that fight, and he would trouble Mayweather and win rounds. I don't even think Carl Froch won 1 or 2 rounds against Ward personally. I don't think he won one or even a round. I think it was a shutout basically. This is what I'm trying to say. I think Mayweather would beat Amir Khan. By the way, Ray, what was your thought about Prince Nassim, Ryan Rhodes? I wanted to get your opinion. What did you make of those comments, man?
Ryan Rhodes is he's a very good friend of
Ingle Jim,
It was biased, wasn't it? It was biased, but I don't understand why they're hating on Amir Khan, because he's technically one of the best fighters we've ever produced. And just to come out and say that Nassim Howard would have beaten Amir Khan.
He didn't say that though, Ray. He basically put up Amir Khan. He put up a thing on his Facebook. You probably saw it. He put up a clip on his Facebook about Khan saying about how he would have done against Mayweather and Nazim. Yeah. Right. And he said, "Oh, what total bollocks," or something like that on his Facebook. But I don't see how Nazim would have beaten Khan. Nazim was a featherweight.
Well, that's the point I'm making, though, isn't it? Like, where's he going? I mean, I've said before, peak Kell Brook, peak Amir Khan, in my opinion, peak Amir Khan wins. I'm not going to go into the Prince Nassim and the Amir Khan one, because I think that's just personal hate. That's just personal hate against Amir Khan, which I just kind of think it's because he's supporting these Sheffield boys. You know, you get that a lot in the UK, where, or you probably get that in America, where people are supporting their own, and that's all that is. I can't think of any other reason. But if he's talking about Brook and Khan when they're both at the peaks, my opinion is that Amir Khan would do a number on him. Like, I know for a fact when they used to spar together, Khan used to run rings around him, and that's what would have happened when they fought both at the peaks. And that's why I'm so upset Amir Khan never fought Kell Brook when Amir Khan was at his peak, because he would have walked rings around Kell Brook. And it's the fight.
So I gotta see y'all later.
See you later, Stephen. Yeah.
Take care. See
you later.
All
right,
man. I'll take it easy.
Take care.
Take care.
Yeah, go on. Sorry, Ray. What were you saying?
Yeah, I just think Amir Khan would have been too much for Kell Brook and Amir Khan's peak. But as Kell Brook got later into his career, and as Amir Khan got later into his career, Kell Brook became better. I know I did say time beat speed, but Amir Khan's skills started to depreciate quicker than what Kell Brook's did. But that's why I'm saying at their peak, when Amir Khan still had his skills, all his skills on point, I can't see Brook beat them.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. That would have been a close fight. Just to get back at what's his Carl. Like Carl said, Imran, I think you look through rose-tinted glasses with Khan sometimes. I don't. I have actually asked Ray many times. Didn't I say, Ray, that I think Miguel Cotto beats Amir Khan? Didn't I say that I think what's his name, Mayweather, Pacquiao? I said they would beat Khan, right? Even potentially by stoppage. I told you that. I did say that. Also, I even think the Kell Brook fight's a lot more competitive. I think the Kell Brook fight is a fight that he could have lost, and I even said that to you as well. I actually think the fight's a lot more dangerous than what you might think. I don't know. I just think I always thought that fight was dangerous personally.
Yeah. See, I'm the opposite. I think Amir Khan would have won that, like, because when you look at Amir Khan when he's at his peak, no one was coming, apart from when he did get knocked out by Danny Garcia. There was reasons for that fight. The Lamont Peterson fight, Lamont Peterson cheated.
Yeah.
He was on drugs then, but you know he was just outboxing people with relative ease.
Yeah, he was. Yeah,
relatively easy, and I just think you would have caused all sorts of. You would have had Kell Brook chasing him for 12 rounds. You know,
I would have liked it. That would have been that great fight. But yeah,
I mean, if you're looking through Amir Khan with rose tinted glasses, then what's he looking at Carl Froch through?
I don't think I big up Khan as much as he bigs up Froch.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
I don't big up Khan. Carl said that Froch would beat Calzaghe.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean,
I don't sit here and say Khan's better than Calzaghe or Khan's better than Lennox Lewis. I've never even once said that I even said to you that I don't think Khan was in the league of those guys. I did say that, right?
Yeah. I mean, say
that. I don't think he's in that. He's not. But
Carl knows his stuff, like, but he's my boy and that. But at the end of the day, I mean, Froch would be. He will look out of place against Calzaghe, the same as what he did against Ward.
You lot are Froch haters.
No, I'm not a Froch hater.
They're just being real.
You know, you just got to admit that you. It's a bit like when people talk to me about Lewis Ritson, and I just tell the truth. And Carl Froch, like the win against Arthur Abraham and Lucien Boutte. They made people look as though he can box because he went 12 rounds with Arthur Abraham, and Arthur Abraham didn't come out his shell.
Yeah.
I mean, no one can live with Froch if you have a fight with him because he hit that hard. But skill-wise, he was nowhere near the likes of Calzaghe, and that's just the truth. And I know before I jumped on, you said, you went 12 rounds with Pascal, and he went 12 rounds with Darrell, he went 12 rounds with
Kessler.
Kessler and stuff like that. But the better opponents you fight, the harder it is to knock these guys out. And these guys. I mean, who's stopped Kessler?
No.
Exactly. So, listen, Carl Froch, he's a dangerous puncher, but aside from that, he wasn't bringing much else at that top level against somebody.
You know what I was saying though, Ray? The reason why I said that, sorry to cut you off. The reason why I said that is because people were saying that Carl Froch could knock Canelo out because Carl Froch has got some serious power. So I said, what does Carl Froch have that Canelo would be? Yeah. So for example, if Canelo couldn't if Froch couldn't knock out Darrell, if he couldn't knock out Pascal, what makes you think he's going to knock out Canelo, who's shown that he's got a granite chin and a better defense than all of those guys? Do you see where I'm coming from?
Yeah, I agree with that because what you got to remember is Canelo's already proven that he can take a punch at pretty much any weight, apart from when he got wobbled off Miguel Cotto's little brother down at 47. Aside from that, when he stepped up to his actual weight, he hasn't boiled himself down. He's taken every punch in the book.
And I mean, Canelo, he's taken punches from Golovkin, Kovalev, Smith. And I mean, Froch will have to catch him first. I mean, whoever said Froch would knock Canelo, do you really think Froch is going to land one of those big swings on Canelo? I mean, he couldn't land it on Ward. He couldn't land it on...
I agree. I agree.
Carl says, I just think Froch gets a rough ride and unfairly at times. I'll say this about Carl Froch. I agree. I do. I think Froch is very disrespected. I actually think Froch is a lot better than people give him credit for. And I actually think he overachieved in the sense that this is a guy that achieved a lot. And he had skills. Don't get me wrong. This is a guy that had a good amateur career as well. So Froch had skills. I know sometimes I like to troll Carl. Froch was a good fighter. But you know what I liked about Froch is the fact that whatever he made lacked in skill, he made up with heart and determination, right? This is a guy that would never give up. He'd fight to the final bell. Even at times, if there was guys that were outboxing him, he'd wait for a weakness and then he'll jump on them. Look at what he did to Taylor. Taylor was winning that fight. And then he stopped him in the last round. That you got to give credit to someone like that. You got to give credit because he never gives up.
There's difference between giving somebody the credit they deserve and then giving them too much credit. Where you're saying, or he would have beat this fighter, he would have stopped this fighter. You know, that's when you're going overboard. He gets the credit he deserves. I think the biggest thing that we don't talk about Carl Froch is back to back. No one's got a better resume in British boxing.
Yeah, I'll give
So
you
that for me is the credit he deserves.
Yeah.
Just turn around and say, "Oh, he would have, he would have stopped Calzaghe, he would have stopped Canelo, you know, he would have battered Golovkin." That's silly talk.
Yeah, no, yeah, I'd agree with that. I agree with that.
So yeah, Carl Froch does get the credit he deserves because he's loved by the British fans. He's loved by the British fans.
I wouldn't say he's loved. I wouldn't say he's loved.
I would say he is. I would say he is. He was probably loved more in his fighting day than what Calzaghe was.
Ray, from what I've seen online, I don't think he's loved at all.
Yeah, that's now.
Hated.
So you're telling me Calzaghe got more love in his fighting day than what Froch did?
Well, I put it this way. I think the British fans now, you talk about Calzaghe and Froch. Think about it. It's all relatively. Like, we got to talk about it now, not about in the day.
Yeah, but my point was in the day when they were fighting, though. Now it's only because of his attitude now. I suppose his attitude towards George Groves, him talking about 80,000 fans all the time, the way he comes across as a pundit, and Joe Calzaghe is still all humble. And I think people start to give more credit to Joe Calzaghe's career.
I think Froch is a good pundit.
Some people don't like him. Some people don't like him. But
what do you think?
As a pundit,
yeah,
I think he's okay. I think there's better. I like Paulie Malignaggi better. I like Paul Smith better. I think Tony Bellew's better.
Andre Ward.
Andre Ward and Roy Jones are two of the best.
Yeah,
they're two of the best. So he's okay. He's not bad, but I can see why people, because he can be a bit smug, Carl Froch sometimes. Particularly when George Groves is in the studio, but you can understand that one. But he can be a bit smug, some of his comments. But yeah, I kind of think when, you know, because as well as he talks about he's fighting for the 80,000 fans at Wembley and stuff. But look at what Calzaghe when he fought Lacey, when he fought the Millennium Stadium. No one, barely anyone talks about that unless you're in Wales. Nobody talks about those achievements. I just think that if Carl Froch is underrated, how about Joe Calzaghe? It seems as though people only talk about Joe Calzaghe when he retired. So if Carl Froch is underrated, then Joe Calzaghe must be super underrated.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. By the way, Carl says that Froch isn't a great pundit. I actually think I actually disagree in the sense that, yeah, he's not great at breaking things down, but being a great pundit is not always about how you can break fights down and how you analyze fights. It's about entertainment. It's about being able to, you know, it's about being able to entertain the listeners. And I think Froch does that. I think Froch entertains me. I listen to Carl Froch. He entertains me. He is entertaining to listen to.
I see where Carl's coming from because, see, I like to see somebody on the TV that knows what they're talking about, who can explain a really complex part simply for those who have never boxed before. It's a bit like, and I don't want to always mention other sports, but what you're talking about, Ian Wright does that for football.
Yeah.
So Ian Wright's entertaining, but he doesn't really break down football the way Alan Shearer does, or Roy Keane does, or Gary Neville, or Micah Richards even does. And it's a bit like, if you've got someone like Carl Froch in the studio, you need to have somebody who actually can break down a fight. Otherwise, you might as well just have one of us on.
But the thing is with that though, Ray, the thing is Carl Froch, he also says it how it is, which a lot of pundits don't do.
That's
true.
Lot of people. That's true. Yeah, him and Johnny Nelson. Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, 100%.
We need people like that because otherwise you have a lot of company people there.
Yeah. I would agree with that. He's definitely not a yes man, Carl Froch.
I never listen to them anyway because they have to be biased towards their network fighters like Matchroom, seeing Top Rank as well. Like you seeing how they hype Crawford up. I don't really bother listening to them because I just know they're forced to say what they don't want to say. They have to like make their network fighters look good, seem good, like to hype them up and everything. The Matchroom was probably the worst for it.
I don't know if Matchroom was the worst because if you watch BT shows,
Oh yeah, they're
the,
bad.
the BT ones are just as bad. Steve Bugs is horrific. I was watching the Lyndon Arthur card, and the guy who presents that, he's just the football. He speaking to Sonny Edwards, and he said Sonny Edwards' win when he won the IBF was probably the best win by a British fighter this year. And I thought, well, how about Josh Taylor?
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Oh,
so I know Sonny Edwards.
I think in the manner. I think it probably in the manner and the fact that he might have been gone into the fight as an underdog. You know, Sonny Edwards. A lot of people thought that guy was a good champion. The guy
he hadn't been beaten in 13 years. Of course, yeah. I get that, but it wasn't the magnitude of the fight was nowhere near as the magnitude of Josh Taylor's fight.
Yeah.
So how's that the best win of the year?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think what Taylor did was very.
But you know what I mean? I get your point, but that's the good thing about the zone getting Mike Costello, because Mike Costello for me, that's the equivalent of if Newcastle United signing somebody like Harry Kane.
That hasn't gone down well with everyone though.
Why not?
There's some people think he's quite dull.
Are those like younger casual fans?
No, just like I just think that they think that his voice and stuff is a bit dull.
No, I don't think it is. I think because he does a lot of. Have you listened to him do radio commentary on fights? Or have you just listened to his podcast?
I've heard Mike Castillo before, but that's not Mike Costello. Sorry, not Castillo. Costello. I've heard his commentary on radio, but he's from like I haven't. I'm not saying I've listened to him a lot, but I have heard. Yeah. I've heard his radio. You know, I've heard him commentate on radio, but I don't know. It's a bit of a different move for him working with the zone.
It is, but what you got to remember, it's different from radio to doing the TV. I think he'd be really good. He's. I don't know anybody in British television who knows boxing like he does. You got to remember, he was there. He's interviewed everybody in the sport from the 80s till now.
Yeah,
Mike Costello. Steve Kim.
Pardon?
What do you think about Steve Kim? I think he knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, but
he's American though, isn't he? Steve Kim, American.
Oh, I thought it was just
I'm on about British boxing. Nobody knows more than Mike Costello. Mike Costello, the way he comes across, I just think he's so non-biased. I think he'd be a good addition. I think he's one of those where, because he's been on the radio for so long, people are used to his radio voice, but when you see him on TV, you realise that this is a real good steal. A really, really good steal. That's a smart move by the zone.
I'm just happy we ain't got Adam Smith.
Yeah, I'm glad we're not seeing Adam Smith no more, unless you're watching the top rank shows.
Ray, Carl's got a question for you. He goes, so we agree, Khan wouldn't lay a glove on Mayweather and Calzaghe duck front. Cheers. To you, Ray.
So we agree. Nah. Calzaghe duck front.
What?
Nah, I just nah. I don't.
Did he duck Froch though? Did he duck Froch?
No.
Well, he saw the bigger and better fight in America. So
did Hatton duck Witter?
But then you're saying it's like what I said to you earlier when Stephen was on. If you choose to fight, when you're having a fight, you're presented with more than one opponent. So if you're presented with 3 opponents and you took one, are you automatically ducking the other 2 fighters?
So okay then. Amir Khan fought Canelo instead of fighting Kell Brook, but still, for me, that still didn't fight Kell Brook.
So
So
he said he's ducking. So it's a bit like saying Canelo fought Golovkin, so he's ducking Charlo.
Canelo fought who? Golovkin. Yeah, but
so
but that's different. That's different for me. Like I think Canelo's the best. Like, you know, Canelo's the top dog. He's the best guy. So everyone's looking for a Canelo fight. Canelo's like the don in boxing right now.
What's your problem with Amir Khan fighting Canelo instead of
Because Amir Khan had a choice of fighting Kell Brook and Canelo, and he chose. Well, I'm not saying I've got a problem with that. I'm just saying that he decided to take a harder fight where he wouldn't get as much stick, rather than taking a fight which, you know, he would get a lot more stick. There's a lot more on it, losing it. Do you see where I'm coming from?
I just think that it is a fighter that probably makes more sense, and you know, and as Roger Mayweather would say, if it makes money, it makes sense. For me, ducking's like if where I'll give an example where Amir Khan. I know he fought him eventually, but Maidana was his mandatory for ages before he eventually fought him, and he had 2 fights before he eventually fought Maidana. That was ducking. Because he was deliberately waiting to fight Maidana, thinking that Maidana, the later I leave it, the better chance I've got. That's ducking, in my opinion.
Do you think? So Carl says, "Yep, Khan defo dot Brook, he would have got smashed." Do you think Maidana and Brook, if they had fought at 147, who would you think won that?
Wow. I've never even thought in my head of that fight, you know.
Yeah.
Maidana and Kell Brook at 147.
Before you pick, Ray, pick, I will choose Maidana, and I'll break down why. I think Maidana will take Brook into a very, very dark place. And Shakur Stevens had said something about Brook that I kind of agree with. That Brook like getting beaten up in a fight. I think Brook would have lit up Maidana. However, I think Maidana's a lot tougher than Brook mentally, and he can take a lot of punishment. And I don't think Brook would have been able to, you know, box and move the way Khan did to get to a decision. I actually think that fight would have been a lot closer from the start. And I think, looking at that Porter fight, I think Maidana hits a lot harder than Porter. So I personally would have.
I'm going to go with Maidana as well, yeah.
Maidana in that one.
I'm not too sure.
It's a
because I'm not too sure with that one, because I think Maidana was a bit of a better boxer than people give him credit for.
Yeah, he was. Yeah,
but you know, not that good. I do still see him as being wild.
Yeah, he was. Yeah,
compared to how cute Kell Brook was, and Kell Brook's timer was incredible. Like the reason why I disagree with Shakur Stevenson, he's kind of making out that Kell Brook is no Victor Ortiz.
Oh yeah,
I think we're being, because of the way his face got smashed against Golovkin, and Spence really broke him down, and then obviously the poor fight with Crawford. All of a sudden, Kell Brook's become sort of like a soft. You know, he's become someone is quitting, and Kell Brook's better than that. I know I've said that Amir Khan would have beat him on convincingly at his peak, but Kell Brook wasn't. Kell Brook was a hard. You know, Kell Brook was very avoided. For somebody that didn't hit as hard as Maidana, Kell Brook was very avoided, and fighters are avoided for good reason.
Yeah.
I mean,
go on, Mackay.
Oh yeah, I was just saying. Like, obviously, when Brook was a champ, we never got to see him fight guys like Furman and Garcia or the other champs. So you think those? You think? Yeah, I mean, it was torturing him fighting Garcia. I really wanted to see those fights. I mean, they're good fights. I think Furman probably would have beaten him.
Yeah, I think he could have beaten Garcia.
Yeah, he would have beaten Garcia. If but he would have been taking big shots. Actually, no, you know, I don't think he would be getting hit clean by Garcia's shots. Because Brook, he's not easy to hit, really, is he? He's quite slick sometimes. Like when he throws, he like gets out of the way of the punches and all, but he's not easy to hit. Yeah. It's a good boxer.
Yeah, when he's on song and when he's training with Brandon Ingle, he's pretty damn good. Yeah.
Edwin Valero v. Davis. Is that Gervonta Davis?
Wow, that would have been if Edwin Valero kept his head screwed on, man, that would have been a excellent fight.
We never got to see how good Valero would have became.
Yeah.
That's a shame. Obviously, I'm not going to condone what he did. You know, when you're talking about Edwin Valero, the first thing you got to say is what a disgrace the guy was. You know, let's get that out there because you can't talk about Edwin Valero and not talk about what he did. But in terms of his boxing ability, he had some chin. People don't realise. I remember watching Edwin Valero fights. He used to walk around with his mouth wide open, his chin in the air, just taking shots. And he would walk people down and he would just smash people. And he took his power up. But I would have liked to see him fight Pacquiao at lightweight.
A lot of people were talking about that. I think Pacquiao probably would have whooped him, to be honest.
I think Pacquiao would have won, but I don't think Pacquiao would have stopped him or would have been easy. I just think Pacquiao would have outboxed him because Valero looked as though he could have been outboxed. But it's interesting because Valero wasn't a big guy. He was about 5'6", 5'5". So he's probably about the same height as Tank or an inch taller. That's what makes this fight so interesting. And they both had devastating power. For me, Valero, didn't he have 27 fights and knock out 26 or knock out 27?
Yeah. I think he had 21 fights, didn't he?
Did he?
He didn't have
21 fights.
I think he had 21. Let me just check that. I think he had 21.
You check that in, man, because I haven't got box rank in front of me in it. So, but
yeah, you're right. 27 fights. 27.
Yeah. So
wow,
this guy Edwin Valero could punch. Yeah, featherweight, super featherweight. I don't know, man. It depends. For me, it's one of those ones I've said it to everyone before. Sometimes it depends on the weight. Do you know what I'm saying? Because if he fought at lightweight, probably he might tag. But if I be in a featherweight or super featherweight, it might be Valero.
Yeah. Guys, just before we call it a day, I want to ask you guys about the football. Before we, because I know both of you are from the UK, so what did you guys make of it, man? What did you make of it?
Obviously, I'm a bit gutted we lost, but I'm happy we got to the finals. But I'm very, very disappointed in the racial abuse they're all getting.
Oh yeah.
Not right. So I mean, Saka, he's like 19. He stepped on in front of millions. That takes balls, and it's like, it's just, come on.
Yeah.
So out of order.
As soon as Saka missed, I knew what was going to happen because unfortunately all the three players that missed the penalties were all black players, so I knew what was going to happen. But for me, the game was lost at half time when Southgate's tactics were to defend.
Five buses.
Yeah. Why? Why not just go for it?
He was scared, man. He was scared that they might rip him apart. I don't know. It's just negative.
If you look at our bench, Grealish, Sancho, you know, it's the final. We haven't been there for 55 years in a major tournament. Just go for it.
Yeah.
Just go for it.
That was depressing.
The ref was awful, mate. Like, so many of the Italians should have got red cards. Like, what Chiellini done to Saka was horrible. And
I don't think that was a red card, though.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. He should have. He should have given people red cards.
Do you think? Do you think so?
Yeah,
I think that was a tactical foul.
Chiellini grabbed his shirt and she pulled him back.
Was Chiellini already on a yellow when he did that?
No.
No, but he should have got a straight red.
That's harsh. That's harsh.
It was. I know it was a cynical foul, but it was. You know, I think at the end of the day, it should have got the penalties because we should have wrapped it up in the second half. If you had put the right tactics on, what you should have done is second half, maybe 60 minutes, take off Mason Mount, who's ineffective in my opinion, put on Jack Grealish and took the game. You know, or if you wanted to, take off Kieran Trippier and then put on Sancho, and then push Sancho wide and drop Saka back. That's what I would have done. I just thought he got his for all he got right in the tournament. I just thought that just let Southgate down. But you could argue that experience. We've got a very young team. Qatar is only next December. It could stand them in good stead, and we've got to go to Qatar. It's one of the favourites.
Yeah. I don't know, mate. I don't know. That was that was disappointing. He shot. 5 minutes went parked about 10 buses. Literally, all I saw in the second half was like a training session. Just Italy going in one direction, and in the second ball just coming back to Italy. Just a sustained pressure. You're not going to be able to keep out a good team like that.
Well, they're 33 games unbeaten for a reason. And Chiesa, what a player he looks.
Oh, mate. Oh, my God. I was telling my dad. My dad was like, if that guy didn't get injured, England would have lost that game before night.
Yeah. Chiesa.
He was ripping them apart, mate.
Yeah, Chiesa was.
England haven't got one player like that guy. I don't think. I think that guy.
You see, Sancho and Jack Grealish weren't used. That's the problem. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he didn't even pick those guys. Frotch's king is in the house.
I've never heard such nonsense in all my life.
Oh, shut up, man.
It's been hard viewing tonight, Imran. Jesus Christ. What have I told you about getting a coffee from your kitchen and sorting yourself out? I'm Ray. I've never heard such hatred, Ray, towards Frotch. It's outrageous.
It's not hatred, it's just telling the truth. How can he whip Joe Calzaghe?
One at a time. I know you're getting excited, but one at a time.
Carl, I actually said Carl Froch's a great pundit. I actually like him. I find him entertaining. You're the one that said he's a bad pundit.
Yeah, but to listen to you, Imran, he's got no boxing ability at all, and he just got a punch.
No, I never said that.
He's only got a puncher's chance. He's only got a puncher's chance.
But no, I never said he's got no boxing ability. Come on. Ray, did I say he's got no boxing ability? What did I say? I said
he said he's got some skill.
Just a mere interpretation of the words that you're using, man. You have to be very careful with the wording.
No, I said
he goes in windmilling today. I must get his YouTube fights
against Ward or Canelo. Yeah, I don't think he can compete with those guys technically.
Who can? Not many can be Ward.
What, Ward and Canelo?
Not many can. Well, let's take Canelo to one side, but Andre Ward, not many people can outbox or have better technical ability than Andre Ward.
Kovalev.
No.
Yeah, Kovalev.
No.
You don't think Kovalev won that first fight?
No, I'm talking about technical ability.
No, but you don't think Kovalev was able to box with Andre Ward?
He completely
first fight.
Say again.
He was outboxing him, and even outboxing him in the second fight until he ran out of steam.
Yeah, I'm just a bit outraged at the Frotch hatred that we get on this channel. I
like Carl Froch. I just don't think he can beat Calzaghe or Canelo. That's it. I think he would have beaten everybody else. Like, I think put it this way. I think Carl Froch was the best of not the elite. You understand what I'm saying?
So are we saying that Amir Khan was elite and all that?
No, because I don't. I've told Ray that I don't think he knows what I think's elite, and Khan's not in that category.
Right.
I think Khan was a world-class fighter, just like I think Froch was a world-class fighter. My elite are, you know what I think's elite, Carl? Andre Ward, Canelo Alvarez, Floyd Mayweather. I think those guys, Crawford, even though Crawford's resume is weak, that's what I call elite. Would you put Carl Froch in those guys' category?
No.
That's what I think.
My point being, man, that I think you're really harsh on Froch with some of the comments. When we talk about his technical ability.
You go on.
I just think you're a little bit harsh when you talk about. I'm not saying he's superior in the technical part of boxing.
Yeah.
But he can still fight. He can still. But he obviously had enough to get to where he got to.
No, but that's what I'm saying. He's the best of not the elite. Do you hear what I'm saying? He's the best in his weight division. If he comes up against a guy that's not elite, he'll win. But I don't think he can beat the elite. That's it. That's it, really.
And so we're not going to agree on boxing. Let's go to football. What the comment in the side says, I disagree. Sterling is great. What was your comments on Sterling?
We never mentioned Sterling.
Right. So
what? I don't even know what I said about Sterling.
He never came in the conversation, did he, Mackay?
No, one ever said anything about Sterling.
No, we never said
Let me
nothing.
just go on record as well as saying it was outrageous what some of them social media comments were after that game on Sunday.
I didn't see it. I haven't seen what they were. I don't know what they were. I don't know what. I don't bother. I know what they would be. To be honest, I don't really bother with it. And you know what it's going to be, right?
For Saka to have the bottle at that tender age to take that penalty, you know, outrageous.
Yeah.
But thing is, Carl. They I feel in a way like that was a golden opportunity after 55 years for them to win.
Yeah. Was that Crawford's fault as well?
Probably.
What?
I was waiting for that tonight, man. I thought this was going to come around to being Carl Froch's fault in a minute.
Yeah.
It was the
there wasn't enough fans at Wembley.
Who do you think? Who dislike? Do you think I dislike Froch more or Ray? Who do you think dislikes
all day long?
Me?
Yeah.
You think I dislike Froch?
Yeah.
I actually don't dislike him. You guys said he was a bad pundit. I said I find him entertaining.
Yeah, let me just clarify that. So I like his passion, but he comes across a little bit condescending at times.
That's what I mean by yeah. That's what I'm saying, man.
No, but you need that. You need that.
But he does put it on fighters as well, don't he? He does call a spade a spade. Yeah.
I think you need a pundit. He speaks the truth, right? Or he says it how it is. He's not a company man. Also, he's entertaining. Like I like the fact that he's entertaining when he's speaking. When you're listening to somebody, he needs to be entertaining. Like Nassim Hamed, even though like he comes across like weird, he's entertaining. Like I know what Ray's saying about you need somebody there that needs to be able to break it down like Andre Ward. But you also need somebody that's entertaining, that can make you laugh, put a smile on your face.
Yeah, I mean, Prince Naz is something else, though. I mean, how can he get away with saying, which camera can I look at the tell? Because you have Junior at the No one else could get away with saying something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that was...
You know, but yeah, it has to come in a pair because he was with Duke McKenzie, if I remember rightly. When he came out with that. So if you're going to have Carl Froch in the studio and Johnny Nelson, you better make sure that the third person can break down the fight.
I tell you, would be a good wingman for Carl Froch. Would Richie Woodhall?
Yeah, Richie Woodhall's he's good when he does a lot of the Channel 5 stuff, doesn't he? Yeah, he's good. Yeah.
What do you? I think. What do you think? Carl Froch will come and work with his own and with Eddie and that.
Yeah, well, he's done a couple already, hasn't he?
Well, that was US though, but they haven't got him part of the UK team.
Well, they said they're going to bring guests in on there.
Yeah, but don't you think Froch should be like the main? Like, I'd prefer him over. I know Barker and that other guy. What's his name?
Chris.
Are you trying to make amends now for the nonsense that he spoke about Froch boxing?
No. We're talking about Froch's punditry, not his fighting here.
As a caffeine kicked in.
No, I'm talking. I like Froch as a pundit. To be honest, he was a good. I like him as a fighter as well. I just, like I said, I don't think he, like I said, would have beaten Canelo or Golovkin or those guys. But I don't think anyone thinks that. I don't think there's, apart from you, Carl, I haven't. Nobody said to me that he beats Golovkin.
I've never mentioned Canelo, actually.
No. I'm saying there's a, you know how did you not say that you think he beats Canelo? I swear you put in the
No.
side.
No. The only point I've ever made, I might have said that it's too big for Triple G.
Right, yeah.
And I might, and I'll still stand by it and let you all talk nonsense in the sidebar. But he would have got to Calzaghe.
Calzaghe.
He would have got to him, yeah. And Ray, you can shake your head all you like, but
nah, you wouldn't have got.
last time I looked, it's about
Froch definitely wouldn't beat Golovkin. That's for sure.
You're hearing this, Cole? Mackay's giving his opinion. Go on, Mackay.
Froch definitely wouldn't beat Golovkin.
Yeah, just make sure you edit that out. Edit that out when you put the recording out.
Golovkin would outbox Froch.
Froch would have been too big for Triple G.
Nah, I don't think that would do anything. I mean, Froch needs to be technically good to beat Golovkin, and he isn't.
It's all about opinions.
Yep.
How do you think he? Okay, Cole. How do you think he beats Golovkin then?
Well, according to you, he's only got one way to win, I know. He's only fight one way.
I think he'd have to chin him. Yeah.
Yeah, well, you know, he's a come forward fighter, Froch, isn't he? Like you said, he can't fight off the back foot. He's got no technical ability, so let's hope he just.
Oh, come on! Now, you're twisting my words.
He'll probably have to go in like Wilder and start windmilling.
No, I never said that. I never said that. I said he's technically not got the ability against the elite. I even said right now that he's the best of the other bunch, of the other world class. He's top in around his weight class. He's one of the best. Him and Kessler.
So come on in, man. Just so I can clear this point up.
Yeah.
So you're in Froch's corner then. You got Triple G in the other corner.
Yeah.
What would you tell Froch to do?
I'd tell him to look. I don't know how that'd be a very difficult fight, because for me personally, I think he'd have to back him up like he says and bash him up. But then imagine if Golovkin lands a massive right hand on Froch's chin. Froch has been down. I don't know how Froch is. I don't think Froch is technically good enough to get behind the jab and just keep him at bay with the jab. And Golovkin is good.
When he fought Arthur Abraham wasn't throwing anything back. He was tucked up in his shell. So that's how he could get away with throwing jabs and not getting hit off Arthur Abraham. If Carl Froch, as powerful as he was, he gets tagged at will. Now, Golovkin's a smarter boxer than what you think he is. So he will be tagging Carl Froch at will.
Golovkin will pressure him.
Carl Froch,
by the way, Carl.
From those punches. He's not going to take all those punches from a heavy-handed, because Golovkin would be the biggest puncher Carl Froch would have been up against, and he's already. You saw how hurt he was when Groves put him down, and then he got put down again off Jermaine Taylor. Although he wasn't too badly hurt when he got dropped off Jermaine Taylor. So I just think that you've got to look at who's got the better defense in that fight, and it's Golovkin. Who'll be the better ring general in that fight? Golovkin. Who hits harder? That's up for debate. And who's got the effective aggression? Probably is going to be Golovkin. So that's why you would lean towards Golovkin if them two ever fought.
I mean, they won't, but obviously, but
but that's where you see it, like, or just
Carl, you haven't told us. You haven't told. Go on, Ray. Sorry.
The reason why the Sterling got mentioned is because Imran, the lad saying that Imran said that England haven't got a player like Chiesa. So the kid said, well, we've got Raheem Sterling, he's great. So that's why
not better than Chiesa. Come on.
He had a good tournament though, Imran.
He did, but is he better than Chiesa?
You could argue he's been at the top level for longer, hasn't he?
No, Ray, on your eye, is he better than Chiesa?
What I would say is when Sterling's on form, he's better than Chiesa. But what I would say is a bit up and down, old Sterling, isn't it? When he has a bad game, he has a bad game.
Yeah, he was anonymous for large parts of that game against Italy, where Chiesa was in the game. So for me,
I think that guy's some talent. By the way.
But if you were looking at their value, no way would Chiesa be worth more than Sterling.
I think he would now.
No, because it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like because Case has had a great Euros that he's going to be worth more than Sterling. Because
No,
Sterling
I'm just going on what I saw. I've seen Sterling for majority of his career. What I saw from that guy, I think that guy's at a higher level than Sterling.
Have you seen Chiesa the past 2 seasons?
No, but this is what I'm trying to say. I'm going off like Chiesa's top performances in this tournament, what I saw, and Sterling's best performances in his career.
All I would say though, Imran, all I would say is how many times a players had good tournaments, got a big money move to the Premier League, and then flopped. I'll give you an example.
Somewhere else.
I'll give you an example, Shah. I'm a Liverpool fan. We signed out as Diouf after the World Cup from Senegal because he had a good tournament and cost us God knows how much, and he was terrible.
Yeah.
They just calm down with it. Terrible.
No, for Liverpool. I mean, he was a decent player. Didn't he go to Bolton and actually do all right?
Yeah, and he went to Stoke, but come on, Bolton and Stoke.
He wasn't very good for Liverpool.
He made him go to Leicester.
I just think people are giving Sterling had a bad in the season at Man City, but Sterling when he was at that's last season at Liverpool. He was outstanding. He was almost untouchable.
Yeah, under Rodgers.
Yeah. He was unbelievable. You got to remember that sometimes. Chiesa good. Don't get me wrong, but you also got to remember as well. He was playing in a very good Italian team who had a lot of that possession.
Yeah, but he was a standout player. For me, he was the best player in that Italian side.
I don't know. I think Chiellini was brilliant at the back.
Offensively.
Well, yeah, because he was better. Because he was better than. I mean, Insigne was pretty good.
Yeah,
but yeah, he was the best.
So who performed better than Sterling in an England shirt then?
No one. I would probably say. I don't know. I thought Pickford only had one bad game. Who else played well? McGuire played well when he came back.
Was it Calvin Rice? Was it or Declan Rice? Sorry, Declan Rice and Calvin Phillips. Sorry,
Calvin Phillips hadn't performed better than Sterling. Sterling and Pickford.
No, not better than Sterling. I thought you were saying good tournaments.
He had a good tournament, but he wasn't. Carl said who performed better than Sterling in English.
Oh no, no one better than Sterling.
I mean, there's a comment in the side about Maguire and Harry Kane. Harry Kane didn't show up until them last 2 games.
Yeah. Kane's not a winner for me. Like I think
he wasn't fit. He clearly wasn't fit.
No, but don't you think, Carl? Don't you think like he looks like a guy that is a nearly? I don't rate him that highly, to be honest. I think he's good, but
I think you got to remember he's at Tottenham, right? Put him in a Man City team.
Yeah, a lot more chances.
Oh yeah. 35,
I think against if he plays for Man City, I think if he has a couple of bad games, he'll be on the bench.
No, not Harry Kane. Nah, you can't do that with Harry, man.
I don't know. Look. I just think he went. We can't say Tottenham were bad because they went to a Champions League final, right? And they lost.
Who beat them?
Liverpool.
Yeah,
but what I'm saying is, if you can get to a Champions League final, that means you're good, right? So, but he loses, and even in this match, like I feel like for me, I don't think he's a winner. I don't think he's a winner personally.
That might be a bit harsh.
Yeah, but football's a game of football's not like boxing, you know.
What do you mean by win? Sorry, Ray. What do you mean by win it in, man? Just explain.
Like, I don't think he's gonna get your team over the line. I think he's one of those players that he's good. He'll score a hat trick here and there. He'll do well, but I don't think he's the type of player that's gonna get your team over the line. So, like, when you need him to come up with the goods, I believe Mahrez is more of a match winner than Harry Kane. I believe Mahrez comes up with the goods more. Mate, Mahrez has won more than Harry Kane, hasn't he?
Yeah,
depends what context you're talking about. He's not scored more goals.
No, but he's won more though, and he's come up with big goals, both for Leicester and for Man City. Big goals.
But with all due respect, he only won 1 title with Leicester. Give Harry Kane a little bit more time in a better team.
And Tottenham are a bigger club than Leicester.
But It depends what you're working it off. Because
remember what Mahrez did.
The best way to do it, man, is if you give Harry Kane the same opportunities you gave Mahrez, Harry Kane will come out on top. Because Harry Kane's a match winner himself.
I don't think so.
With the amount of goals he scores.
So. Mahrez was like, I saw Mahrez when he played for Leicester. Mahrez was ridiculous. Like, that guy was like, he drove our team to that title. It's like,
what about Vardy?
Yeah, Vardy as well. Vardy's my favorite player. Him and Vardy, but Mahrez, without Mahrez,
N'Golo Kante in the midfield as well.
But come on, are you honestly saying that Mahrez wasn't the best player in that Leicester side?
Yes, I am.
Oh no, please, come on. His assists and goals. He won the PFA Player of the Year that year.
I still don't think he was the best player in that team.
Yeah, wow. Kante was me.
You think Kante is better than Mahrez?
Well, the different positions, but in terms of importance to the team, I think Kante was more.
You could replace Mahrez, but you couldn't replace Kante. Like,
no.
But Mahrez scored 20 goals and like some ridiculous amount of assists.
But that's okay, man. But the back door would have been open if it weren't for Kante.
Exactly.
But it's both, though, right? You need both.
So you're agreeing that we're right then? Is that what you're saying? So
no, I'm saying I would rather have Mahrez, who's skillful and can drive the team forward, than have basically a guy that runs around.
Playing devil's advocate with you, you could argue that Mahrez went missing in some games in terms of consistency. I'd rather have Kante every day of the week.
I think he was fair that season. That season he was. Remember at Man City, you're at a top club as well. Like, you've got other great players there.
Very temperamental, Mahrez.
Yeah, I'd agree. But I think he's a great player, man. Like, in
terms
of
he's a good player, but he's a luxury player. You know, I think he's a luxury player.
But when you think about it, when you think about it, like he's a more successful player than Harry Kane.
For now.
Well, Kane's 30 almost.
Yeah, but what do you mean by successful? Because he's in the more successful teams, but as an individual, Harry Kane.
No, but he wasn't, Ray. He was playing for Leicester when he won his first honours.
But did Leicester win the league?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. So that was the most successful team in Tottenham. But individually, Harry Kane's picking up more honours. So do you see what I mean?
Golden Boot.
Exactly. So Mahrez is playing in more successful teams.
Has Harry Kane ever been PFA Player of the Year?
Sorry?
Has Harry Kane ever been the PFA Player of the Year?
I don't think he has yet. I know he got played into.
He's won the Golden Boot. I mean,
yeah, but Vardy's won that as well.
We're not talking about Vardy.
No, but what I'm saying is Mahrez has won PFA Player of the Year, which I think is more than the Golden Boot. That's the best player. That's basically the best player in the league. You got voted the best player in the league.
It's like comparing apple and pears, though, isn't it?
Hey?
It's a bit like comparing apple and pears.
Say that again. I didn't hear you.
It's voted by the players' opinion.
Oh, yeah. But nevertheless, players' opinion. They voted him. That's a very prestigious award.
But it most of the time, I mean, how many times has it gone to somebody who hasn't won the league?
But that's what I'm trying to say.
So Mo Salah has won that twice. Does that mean Mo Salah is more successful than Mahrez?
Yeah. Mo Salah's a ridiculous player. Mo Salah's better than Mahrez.
But he's only won the league once. Like, Mahrez has won it a lot more. So, looking at your argument, who's more successful?
No. But Harry Kane's never won anything. Kane's never won anything.
But we're talking about Salah now, working off your scenario.
No, but Salah, hang on. Salah's won the Champions League and Salah's won the Premier League. Come on. You can't compare Salah to Kane.
No, but I'm comparing him to Mahrez.
But even Mahrez is more successful. And remember, his contribution to Leicester was huge. If you take Mahrez out of that team, they don't win the Premier League.
Take Salah out of Liverpool, they don't win the league.
Yeah, But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's
There is
what
about
I'm saying. I
60 then.
believe they're more influential than Kane. That's what
No,
I'm
but
saying.
let's take Kane out the picture for a minute. So
Yeah.
now you've got Salah and Mahrez.
Yeah.
Who's the most successful on your formula?
Successful. I would say Salah. I believe Salah's better than Mahrez, but I think I don't know, because Mahrez never won the Champions League.
So talk to me.
Salah, because I think he's better, and I think he's won the Champions League. Yeah, Mahrez has won more Premier Leagues, but Salah's won the Champions League, which Mahrez has never done. Right? So would that be fair?
Yeah. I'm happy with Salah. I mean, Salah's God to me.
I'm gonna do a call and see Alan Shearer was better than them both.
Who? Shearer. I'm a Shearer fan. See, that's an interesting one, Ray, because he won the league at Blackburn.
He did.
He's a top goal scorer in the Premier League
He was,
of all time. So, Imran, where do we put Shearer in amongst Salah and Mahrez?
Shearer's better than Kane, without question.
You don't like Kane, do you?
Shearer's better than Kane. I don't like his personality. I like Shearer's personality. See, you look at Shearer's personality, he was a winner. Do you see, for me, if you put Shearer in a team, he'll make that team better.
Yeah, he was such a winner. He turned down Man United, the same in Newcastle. Yeah,
he'll do for me.
That was a bad move. That was a bad move. He should have gone to Man United.
Depends who you're talking to, doesn't it?
Don't you think?
Alan Shearer, if you were to sign for Newcastle United, be a legend, smash all the records, have a statue named after you, a statue built after you, the fans singing your name, you end your career there, or you go to Manchester United for 2 years, you win the Premier League, but Sir Alex Ferguson gets bored and sells you. You pick Newcastle United all day long, and that's what he did.
I think he could have. I think he was a great player. Not to be disrespectful to Newcastle, I think he was bigger.
There's a book coming. Come on, Imran. There's a book.
I agree, but he wouldn't. At Newcastle, he stayed there from 1996 to 2005, 2006, whenever it was. He wouldn't have lasted that long at Manchester United. No chance.
See, look.
Yeah, Curtis Allen in the side says that he thinks Shaw had a good tournament. Yeah, I'll be honest with you, Curtis. Yeah. I'm not a massive fan of Shaw, but he did get better and better.
Yeah, Shaw was.
Shaw's a baller. You don't like Shaw?
No, I don't particularly rate him, if I'm being brutally honest. I think he's ill-disciplined around his weight previously. I know people slag Mourinho off for having a go at him. I do think he managed it. Man management wasn't great there, but he did have a point. I think he was carrying a few more pounds, but he seems to be in the right place now. I think he's one of them players who needs an arm around him rather than a finger wagging at him. He definitely got better and better, didn't he?
Well, I suppose the point which Carl's making is Luke Shaw improved, yes or no? Yeah.
You know what that team lacked? You know, I believe they would have won. Hey? No. You know who they lacked? Vardy. If he was there,
yeah, I agree.
Win the Euros, we win the Euros. Vardy's a winner, you know. Vardy's a winner.
I like Vardy. I like him. He plays on the shoulder. You know, he's rapid, and he can find the net as well. But his age is creeping up there now. I notice the injuries are starting to kick in a bit.
Yeah. How old is he now? 34, 33, 34.
Yeah. You know, I'll say this though. If you say to me who I'd rather have at Leicester, Vardy or Kane, Vardy all day long. I wouldn't have Kane over Vardy in Leicester. No.
What, even now?
I'm not sure about that.
But I'm talking when Vardy's at his best. Like for Leicester, he's been like ridiculous. Like he's immense. And let's be honest, Leicester have been finishing above Tottenham. So Vardy's have done.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'd put Luke Shaw and Roberto Carlos in the same sentence, to be honest with you.
Oh, stop it. Stop it. Who said that? Oh, hear this, guys. And you know what? The commentators are so. I don't know whether they said I can't believe I'm saying this. I know you guys are not going to be happy. They said Jack
What's new?
Grealish makes it happen like Ronaldinho.
I do think there's a backstory there with Grealish, though. Why he didn't get more game time? There's obviously something. I'd have brought him on earlier against Italy, you know, and then I just don't know. I just don't think Southgate fancies him for some reason. I don't know why.
Well, he doesn't fancy anyone. He didn't fancy Sancho, Grealish, Rashford. They were all on the bench.
Yeah,
they didn't play.
Yeah.
So Rashford didn't get a game. Did Rashford get a game?
He got Militaire in there. Same with Phil Foden. I think only started.
Foden.
He was injured though, wasn't he, for the final?
I'm sorry?
He was injured for the final, wasn't he? He hurt his foot. Yeah.
Right.
Foden was sidelined. Everyone was talking about him being Gaza and him being the net, and he didn't even get a game.
But the thing is, you have to play Foden and Grealish in the right positions. He seems to play them out on either on the left or on the right. I think Grealish and Foden's best position is through the middle.
Yeah, in the end, England did all right. They did all right, didn't they, guys?
Yeah. I'm happy with getting in the final. Yeah.
I won't say happy because obviously you don't get opportunities like this. I wanted them to win, you know, because England may not get this kind of opportunity ever again.
They probably won't, because the World Cup's a different kind of fish. France will come on strong, Spain will come on strong, Germany will regroup, Argentina look decent in the Copa America. Yeah, then you have a surprise package. Belgium will probably learn from their mistakes.
I know this sounds ridiculous, but USA are getting stronger and stronger every tournament as soccer takes off in America. So you get these dark horses, aren't you?
Yeah. Pulisic and Mexico always do okay, you know. So yeah, America is it Gio Reyna, Claudio Reyna's son?
Yeah.
You know, Claudio Reyna used to play for Fulham, used to play for Man City, used to play for Rangers. His son plays for Borussia Dortmund. He's a baller.
There's some really, you know, Germans. They're not going to be weak for long, are they?
That's what I'm saying.
You know, they're going to get stronger. England had a great opportunity to really win something, and they even in the World Cup they were on the. I know they probably wouldn't have beaten France, but they were on the right side of the draw. Do you know what I mean? That
was disappointing, wasn't it?
Yeah, they should have beat Croatia.
We can't see games out, can we? You know, game management.
That's why I don't get why he does it.
Why, Carl? Why do you think he parked 5 buses in the second half?
I don't know, because it was looking ropey, wasn't it, towards the end of the first half. As soon as they equalised, we kind of dropped so deep it was untrue, didn't we?
Yeah.
Whereas the first 15 minutes when we was having a go at them, we looked like we could go on and get a second. Yeah, so I just think the tactics, I don't get it. Where we're going to try and keep the ball, but we're not technically good enough for that, like Froching boxing, according to you, Imran. So I don't know. They should have really capitalised on that first 15 minutes where we could have gone 2-0 up and then start to, you know, manage the game a little bit. Lucky goal, though. I mean, their goal was a little bit fortunate, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. But you could see it coming, though, couldn't you, Carl?
Yeah, you could.
Yeah,
you could.
Like, I just don't understand. Like, why have you got Sancho, Rashford, Foden? I know Foden was injured, you're saying, in the final. But why have you got all of that on the bench? Bring them on. It's like he had all 8 defensive players.
Well, it was a strange one. He kept bringing Henderson on, didn't he? Henderson hasn't been fit for God knows how long. He's had no game time at Liverpool for months.
Yeah.
But he'd rather bring him on than bring a Sancho on. I mean, especially against the Germans. The Germans had admitted that they'd petrified of Sancho.
Yeah.
So you'd play him, wouldn't you? He knows German football. He knows the majority of the players. So why wouldn't you give the lad a run? Jude Bellingham, another one. Jude Bellingham, give him. It's frustrating.
Saka was brilliant, though, right?
Huh?
Saka. He was good.
Yeah.
What a talent.
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't think he was sending off against the Italians. I don't think it was last man when he pulled him back.
Oh no, that was a tactical fight. That was great play by Chiellini.
Yeah, dark arts.
Yeah, that's the cynical.
He's a legend, ain't he?
You see that with the Italians and the Argentines.
Yeah, they'll pick you up and shake your hand, give you a smile, rub the ear, and then
yeah. But what you've got to remember is years ago, I remember when we went out in 98 and 2002, they were saying England doesn't have enough technical players. Now we've got about 6 or 7. You've got Saka, Grealish, Sancho, Foden. You've got players that can go past players. You know what I mean? Now England,
are they a little overrated? Do you reckon?
Overrated?
No, I'm asking you. Do you think they're a little overrated by our press?
No, I don't think they're overrated, but they've got to be given time to breathe and allowed to make mistakes.
Let me tell you here like this: if Phil Foden was called Phil Fordinho, you wouldn't be raving all about him, because English players are used to be. I see it to be like Michael Carrick, just pass it sideways, be tough and determined. England don't produce disciplined, skilled players, and we're doing that now because our academies are doing what they're supposed to be doing, and we're producing these technical players. That's what I'm saying. So even if you look at people like Mason Greenwood and Callum Hudson-Odoi, the talent's there, they just haven't been consistent.
One thing we might disagree on is, I don't know what you two thought of Calvin Phillips, but I thought he looked a little bit. In some games, I thought he looked a little bit out of place. I'm just looking at this comments in the sidebar where he says Phillips and Declan Rice are great and English footballers are all overrated. I thought Calvin Phillips on occasions gave the ball away a little bit too much. I know he's very new to international football, but I just saw a few red flags where I thought maybe you're just not quite good enough at international level. I might be being a bit. I know he's new, but he just worried me a little bit.
He's only had a million season in the Premier League.
I know.
I think the problem is that probably shows an area which we just don't have the strength and depth, especially if he wants to play that formation. Because for me, if fit Jordan Henderson would have been playing there with Declan Rice.
Yeah.
You know, and I was saying to my cousin Steve, who knows his football, we've only got really 4 players that can play that position. Bellingham, Rice, Phillips. So 3 of them are quite inexperienced, and then Jordan Henderson.
You know, the goalie did pretty well, though.
Pickford was class.
I think he did really well. You know, he's a very, he never gives me confidence. Whenever he's got the ball, he looks like an accident waiting to happen. You know what I mean? He's he's so like fidgety and but he did well, to be fair. I have to give him.
That one bad game, the Denmark game, that was his only bad game.
I'm not sure why he kept coming out and berating the centre halves every 5 minutes. So that was a bit strange.
He's a good goalkeeper, though. Do you think he's a good goalkeeper?
I think he's on borrowed time a little bit though with Nick Pope. I think if Nick Pope gets a big money move somewhere, he might be in trouble. Jordan Pickford.
Oh, Roy Keane said he's rubbish, hey? Remember he said he's a rubbish keeper. Roy Keane. Did he say rubbish or not good?
I probably said rubbish or Roy Keane. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm from Newcastle, so we're Jordan Pickford's biggest critics. But every time he's played for England, he's been superb. Apart from the one game, he was superb in the World Cup. I think for everything where you see him week in, week out, he gets exposed. But you know, he's still a pretty good goalkeeper. We've only really got him, Paul Henderson.
Yeah.
That's it, really. So
Sancho's going to Man United.
Yeah. I would like to see him stay in the Bundesliga. I think that's another thing no one's mentioning. England have improved because the academies have got better and our players are playing in the foreign leagues.
That's where the technical ability comes from.
Exactly. So I would rather, I think if it wasn't for the pandemic, Dortmund could command more money for Sancho, and Sancho would still be in the Bundesliga.
Fair enough.
I want to see more of our boys like Trippier and stuff, playing in La Liga, playing in Serie A, playing in the Bundesliga. They don't all have to play in the Premier League.
Do you know Henderson at Man U, though? He's not covered himself in glory this year, has he really, at United?
He hasn't. He should have went out on loan again.
So, you know, I wouldn't put Henderson in competing for that #1 jersey as of yet, to be honest.
But he's in the squad though, isn't he?
Yeah, I'm just thinking another average to bad season at United, and they'll be looking to buy another keeper.
Yeah.
De Gea's on his way out, isn't it?
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
But Liverpool win it next year anyway, as long as they keep Van Dijk fit. Done deal. Yeah, we'll win it.
If City sign Kane, that's it. If they get Kane or Haaland,
He might need a season at City though to settle him.
Nah, he won't.
No, they need to get Haaland. Forget Kane.
Haaland's going nowhere yet, especially if Sancho goes. You only sell one
They
player.
need to get Messi. Yo, I heard. Did you hear that Messi's coming to Leicester?
You having a laugh?
Yeah. No, I'm serious.
He'll own your stadium.
You didn't hear that they've offered Messi 35 million for the year.
I'm not sure what's in your coffee, but I want a cup of it.
You don't think Messi's going to come to Leicester?
You've got more chance of a takeover happening at Newcastle than that.
Yeah, I think he'll go to PSG.
What, Messi? Yeah, I'd agree. I hope he comes to Leicester. I do hope.
Well,
it's a big. Listen, we've won the Premier League, right? We've won the Premier League.
I think you might have told us that. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're not that small a club, and we have and Carl, we have got the great Jamie Vardy, right?
Now, how old is he now?
34, I think. 34. No, but he's still scoring goals.
Yeah,
but I will say though, Carl, towards the back end of that season, he was looking a little old.
Yeah, my prediction is this year that he'll pop an hamstring around Christmas time, and that'll be his game over. A bit like Michael Owen when he popped his hamstring and the pace is gone.
I think Leicester need to get another attacker. They need to get Leicester's recruitment is brilliant, by the way.
Yeah, it is.
So they will get somebody, but to replace Jamie Vardy, it's going to be tough, man.
Well, you got the money, haven't you? To be honest.
Yeah, we signed somebody. We've just signed him. We got Tillemans. Maddison's linked with Arsenal.
He's quality. He is Tillemans. He's linked with Liverpool as well, by the way.
Is he?
Yeah.
He's not going.
Yeah, we've made some room now because we've shipped a couple of players off to some of our under-14 players have gone to Newcastle for the season. So now we've got room now, so we're going to bring some proper players in. So
Newcastle, didn't they just about avoid relegation last season?
They finished 12th.
Oh, is it? No, but they were in a relegation battle.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, it's where you finish at the end of the day that counts, isn't it?
Yeah. Fair enough. Newcastle. I think Newcastle. They're not up there with the big boys. Liverpool, Leicester. We're up there in the top 4, top 5.
They should be though. They should be. It's crime really. One club. City. How many of them is there?
Newcastle. If Newcastle were managed properly, I'm talking about the owner here. I'm not saying they would have been a top 4 club, but Newcastle will be finishing maybe 6th, 7th every single season. If we win,
it just shows you, Ray, how it's now about the TV money rather than the gate money.
Yeah. And Newcastle aren't going to compete until we get a new owner. I wouldn't be surprised if Newcastle. I wouldn't say go down because if you've got a front three like Callum Wilson, Almiron, and Sam Maximum, you're going to cause teams problem with that pace.
You beat us, man. You stopped us getting in the Champions League. It's all your fault.
Yeah, cheers for that, man.
Yeah,
stopped us getting in the Champions League.
Because, like I'm saying, when you the problem with Newcastle is we've got a lot of injuries. We don't have we aside from our first 11, we've got nothing. Got nothing on the bench, and we've got no money. When you've got the result of signing players like Jeff Hendrick on a free transfer. Where can he go? And then we've got, as Carl says, we're going to nick all his under 18 players for our fill our bench.
Have they signed that Wilcox yet, Ray, from Arsenal?
Joe Willock, no, he doesn't want to come.
That's it, Willock.
No, he doesn't want to come. He's a good player here, but he doesn't want to come.
But he scored you some vital goals, didn't he?
That's the reason why we stayed up, essentially. And Callum Wilson came back. But I think also want maybe 25, 30 million for him. Well, that's our budget gone. Yeah.
Now, in the sidebar, Ray, someone says that Almiron from Newcastle is class. I've watched him a few times and he blows hot and cold a little bit for me. Would that be fair?
Well, yeah. I mean, he works hard and he's very quick, but he doesn't have much of by way of end product. I just think Carl, he's one of them players that if he was in a more attacking team, you will see the best of him.
Right.
You know, he'll never start for use, but it's a bit like Jose Perez. When he was at Newcastle, he looked a bit sort of like hot and cold. He only seemed to turn it on from March onwards because the weather was better. But when he started playing well for Leicester, it's because Leicester's a better team.
See, whereas, Shakira, I'm thinking the opposite of him. He'll do well at a Newcastle where he's going to get a regular run out.
Yeah.
Look what he was doing in the Euros when he was getting regular game time.
Yeah.
Pinging them.
For Stoke, I would agree. It's the same with that Japanese kid that you had.
Yeah.
You know, the one that you load out to Southampton?
Southampton, yeah.
Guys, I've got to break this to you.
Yeah.
What a fight this is. Guess what fight I'm talking about that's potentially going to be announced soon. Liam Smith v. Tim Tszyu.
Yeah, I've seen it on Twitter. He called him out on his last fight, didn't he, Tim Tszyu?
Apparently, they're in negotiations and he's going to go to Australia to fight him.
Yeah, I've watched an interview him, man, and Liam Smith just was laughing, saying that people are saying that I'm ducking Tszyu. He said I've been to Texas and fought Canelo. I've been to Russia and fought that geezer who nobody knows what his name is.
Yeah.
Why would he not go to Tim Tzyyu's background? I'll tell you what, he breaks him up, man.
Do you reckon?
Yeah, I wasn't impressed with him whatsoever in his last fight. He fought a kid that had jumped up 2 weights. He was marked up everywhere. He took too many shots. Well, in with Liam Smith, you're in deep water, aren't you?
Yeah, you are. But I really do like Tim Tszyu, though. I don't know whether he can beat him though, Carl, because he's going to Australia. You know what I mean?
Liam Smith,
Smith
makes it an inside fight.
Do you reckon he'll stop him?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I think Smith will stop him.
Really, I don't know.
You heard it here first, man. You heard it here first.
But Carl, what did I tell you about Canelo fighting him on DAZN? Fighting him on Fox.
Yeah.
Looks like that fight's going to happen.
Not signed, is it? Not signed.
I think it's looking that way. But
no, it'll be DAZN. Come back to me when you got the contract in, man. Don't be sparting now. Wait, just wait.
No, but did you not hear the news?
I don't care what it says. Eddie Earns also countered that offer and sent an initial offer over to Plant as well. So
yeah, they have.
Man. Don't start taking the credit before you've got it in, man. Come on.
I think it's gonna. I think Al Heyman has said that they'll be willing to do a 1-fight deal on Fox as well. So they're no longer willing to tie Canelo down to 3 fights. They're willing to do a 1-fight deal with Canelo.
Well, I'll have one of them coffees that you're drinking. I'll have one of them on it. It says DAZN.
Let's see.
When we meet up in Loughborough,
what happened? Fury Wilder.
Hold on a minute. I have a skinny latte, no sugar. Just make a note of it for when we're in Loughborough.
Yeah, cool. But what happened with Fury Wilder?
Strange one, isn't it?
That really did pee me off because I was looking forward to seeing you as well.
Yeah, I was. I don't know what to believe of that one, man. What do you think?
I don't know, man. The tickets weren't selling. It looked really. The tickets weren't selling. And it looked like, did you see that video of them showing the tickets and how empty the stadium was? Yeah, I don't know if there's some dodgy business going on there, Carl. I don't know.
Well, Eddie Earn's gone in on it, and he's saying you can pick your seat in the stadium because it's half empty. So, yeah, maybe it is tickets.
Yeah, that peed me off.
Just looking inside him, man. Don Dad at 555. I don't know if he wants to jump on camera, but Tim Tszyu on he won't be a world champion for me. Nonsense.
Yeah.
Jamel's a killer in that weight, though, ain't he, Cole?
Yeah. I'm a Liam Smith fan. I think if Liam gets the opportunity, there's not many he doesn't beat it that way. In my opinion.
You don't think Liam's up? Liam, you think Liam beats Jamel?
Not sure, but it's not. Liam Smith brings a heat, he brings a smoke.
I rate Liam Smith. I rate him but he doesn't beat Jamel Charlo, honestly.
Charlo. I'm not really a fan of the Charlo brothers, either of them, to be honest.
What, Jamel, not Jamal?
No.
Jamel.
I'm not a fan of either of them. I've watched them both in, man, and no, I'm not. So I'm going to stick with my boy Liam Smith. If he does fight that joke over in Australia,
yeah,
no, that's a bit unfair. Tim Tszyu's not a joke. He just needs to be careful how he picks his fights, because we all know that Liam Smith's going to bring it into.
Yeah,
he's going to bring it.
So let's not forget when Liam fought Jaime Munguia. Munguia beat him, and I don't think Munguia is better than Jamel Charlo.
Yeah, we don't, like Ray said earlier, those styles makes fights.
Yeah, but I think Charlo's style's horrible. Like Charlo, Liam. Like, here's the thing: Liam's style will suit Jamel Charlo.
Yeah, because you can come on to him.
Yeah, exactly. So Jamel, that style would suit him. For me, Jamel would struggle against someone like Tony Harrison, who he knocked out in the rematch. That's a boxer that likes to box and move. But Liam likes to have a fight. Liam likes to. He comes forward. He's more of a guy that likes to press the action. I just think someone like Jamel is dangerous doing that. I think that's a dangerous fight.
I just think Liam Smith is very, very dangerous because he can box. He's got experience, been there, done it, brought the t-shirt. And you could argue in his prime. He's in his prime at the minute.
Yeah.
So he's a very dangerous fighter. So, I mean, I don't think we'll ever see Charlo versus Smith because...
Not big enough.
No. And also, Charlo, this is my only criticism, that he gets a little bit unpicked opponents, to be honest. But coming back to Liam Smith Tszyu, I think it's too early for Tim Tszyu. I like the kid. I was a bit harsh on him earlier because you can only fight who's in front of you. Whether he couldn't get up for that fight the other day because he was due to fight that Barrett one time. Barrett.
What? Tszyu?
Yeah.
Yeah, he fought. I can't remember. He fought the other day. Yeah, you're right.
Supposed to be fighting Zafira, wasn't it?
The guy that Kell Brook fought.
Yeah,
he pulled out 24 hours before the fight, which is a bit naughty. So all props to this kid who jumped in. And he had a right go, to be fair to him. But whether it was Tszyu couldn't get up for the fight or the change of style, but he looked bang average, to be honest. So if he performs like that, man, he's in trouble.
Yeah. Do you think Jamel beats Castano?
It's a tough fight, I think a lot of people are sleeping on Castano. Castano's better than what people think he is.
Do you know the only problem I've got with the Charlo brothers? If they're going to be the next, Jamal going to be the next big thing, like we keep getting told he is, then they need to get him over to the UK and get him some profile over here. Because I've got no interest in the Charlo brothers, and I'm not hardcore, but you know what I mean. I know me boxing.
Yeah.
But nothing. Where is Eddie Hearn would bring him over, and you'd get the backstory and all that lot. Yeah.
That's the same with Crawford, though.
Yeah, I agree. They're telling me Crawford's going to be a great pound for pound great.
Ahmed's in the chat, by the way. Ahmed's I'm
sure Ahmed will pipe up about Crawford because that's all we hear. Ahmed, what would you do to raise Crawford's profile in the UK, Ahmed? Maybe you ought to get a sandwich board out and go down Oxford Street or something. I don't know.
Thing is, fighters know who's a quality fighter, innit? I mean, profile's a different game, but when it comes to profile, he's got a. There's not many people have got that aura. It's like Mike Tyson, Muhammad Ali. They wanted the microphone.
Yeah.
These fighters, you've got to give them the microphone. There's a difference. What do you think?
Yeah. They were natural though, innit? Like Mike Tyson and Muhammad Ali, you can't really. They were just like they were like Muhammad Ali was in a league of his own, but like Mike Tyson was, people just loved, like, I don't know, they just had, like, they were icons really, you know what I mean? I don't really look at them as boxers, I look at them like icons really.
Sporting icons, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. They're like icons, yeah. Like,
yeah, one of the reasons was obviously the very outspoken people. Obviously, Mike was a bit of a wrong side as well. I mean, said that, you know, if you have that personality, you know, you've got to want the mic, and you've got to.
No, but Canelo's not outspoken.
Yeah,
Canelo's not that outspoken, but he's not going to be on the level of Muhammad Ali or Mike Tyson.
No, but what I'm saying is, Canelo, we can always see that Canelo is going to be great, and his profile's massive in the UK now, and it's only going to get bigger with Eddie Hearn. But he's not a talker, so it doesn't necessarily, to raise a profile doesn't necessarily mean that you've got to be the one with the mic in your hand. That's what you pay your promoter for.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, but still, though, once boxing's over with, no one's going to know who he is. They're going to forget that big personality. You need Muhammad Ali, Mike Tyson, big personalities. You need that to go with it to be remembered alongside your great asset.
I think what Ahmed's talking about is crossover stars.
Yeah.
Because if you're talking about the sport of boxing, you got to remember Canelo's still quite controversial in Mexico, so Mexicans are going to remember who Canelo is long after he's gone. But that he might not necessarily retain his crossover appeal. What I mean by crossover appeal is appealing to your casuals. So your grandmother that lives down at number 82 in the street, she's not going to know who Canelo is, but she'll know who Muhammad Ali is. Do you know what I mean? It's a bit like Amir Khan. Amir Khan's a star because of all his celebrity stuff.
It still comes down to your promoter, though. Right, it still comes down to your promoter.
Carl, here's the thing. Carl, here's the thing. Sometimes it's just the individual itself. Like, for example, let's take 240 pounders that we had. So just let's take Khan, let's take Taylor, right? Khan has something about him that appeals to people. People just love him, like love him or hate him or whatever. He appeals to people, Carl. People know who he is. He appeals to people. Taylor, on the other hand, he don't appeal to anyone. He doesn't have that star quality. Do you understand where I'm coming from?
Not yet.
He's a good fighter. He doesn't have that star about him. Like when I hear him speak, he's not that interesting. Khan's very interesting, whether it's outside the ring, inside the ring. He's just, life is very interesting. Taylor's not. He's not like, I don't look, even Brooke, for example, they're not stars. Like, some people just have it. It's not necessarily about your boxing ability. Even football, there's some people that just have it. Do you know what I mean? They're just stars. You know,
definitely. Outside of your trade, you've got to have that personality.
Yeah. I don't feel like some fighters have that. They don't have it. They don't have it. Like Mike Tyson had it. Muhammad Ali, they had it. I don't like Josh Taylor should be a lot bigger than what he is. I think he's a great fighter. And by the way, best fighter in the UK right now, right? Without question. But he doesn't, there's something missing in terms of his personality. He doesn't have it. You're saying your promoter should have it. But who really promoted Amir Khan? He did it himself, really. Like, who promoted Nazim Hamed? Did it himself, really. Who promoted, all the guys that we know in the last 10, 15, 20 years.
I could argue him, man, that terrestrial TV had a big part to play with Naz. Because he was in living rooms on ITV in front of how many millions? And Amir Khan, am I right in thinking he was on terrestrial TV for a little bit?
Possibly early on.
Early days.
Yeah, early on. Yeah.
So that's a game changer, isn't it? Because that's how you hook up with the casuals.
Yeah.
If Josh Taylor is on a pay-per-view platform, a lot of his fights have been on pay-per-view platform
Yeah,
know,
yeah,
your
He was
channels.
on Channel 5 a lot, though, Carl.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
I
he
wouldn't say
was.
a lot, Ray. How many fights?
No, he was.
7 or 8.
Did he fight O'Hara Davis on Channel 5?
Yeah, he did, yeah.
That was quite a big fight. That was
Yeah.
well, not a big fight, but it was kind of big.
He was on Channel 5 quite a bit.
You're not talking the same numbers as back in the day, are you?
No.
He didn't do the same numbers as Khan, but don't forget Khan had a lot of exposure from the Olympics.
Yeah.
But I don't just think it's about the Olympics. I think it's something about personality. I don't think Josh Taylor has a great. I'll be honest. I don't think he's got something missing. That star. There's like Crawford as well. They haven't got that.
Ray, I feel like you're an estate agent, Ray, showing me around the joint. You know,
yeah.
It's a note from me anyway. Sorry, I'm looking for a 4-bedroom house, not a 3.
Yeah. So Carl, I don't think there's something missing with Crawford, Taylor, all these guys. Their personalities for me. There's something not there. There's something about them that doesn't appeal to the public.
They've got to say and jump on the mic and say, "I'm the best ever. There's no one that can match me." And when that comes on TV,
I'm not saying be like.
I'm not sure that, Ahmed. I think I'll stick to my point. Is it Bob Arum that Crawford's with?
Yeah.
Is it Bob Arum that name's gone from my head? The Scottish kid.
Taylor.
Yeah, Taylor. Is he with Arum?
Yeah.
I'm sorry to point the finger at Bob Arum.
He was with McGregor before.
Well, yeah, the legend. Well, Cyclone haven't really got a big profile, have they?
I don't. There's many fighters that Eddie Hearn's had that haven't really had. Liam Smith. There's many. Callum Smith. There's many fighters Eddie Hearn's had that nobody knows. If you walk on the street, who knows Callum Smith? They were promoted by Eddie Hearn.
But on the flip side, I can name a lot where he has done a damn good job.
But I think that's down to personality. Joshua has it.
You name me some with Arum, then apart from Tyson Fury, obviously, but he does it. That's where he used personality.
Muhammad Ali was with Arum. Sugar Ray Leonard was with Arum.
But they're all, like I said.
Okay, Imran. In the last 5 years, who's Arum done
a
good job with?
Who's Arum built, Imran? Who's he built as a
Pacquiao?
No, I'll say his work back in the Philippines builds him.
No, Bob Arum built him. Come on, Bob Arum built Pacquiao. Come on.
Not 5 years ago though.
No, but he was the one when Pacquiao signed with Bob Arum.
5 years is from 2016 to now. So in that space,
of recent times, but you have to say Pacquiao's bigger
yeah.
that Hearn's done.
That's why I deliberately said in the last 5 years.
Yeah, okay, of note, okay, Lomachenko possibly, but yeah, Teofimo, yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. But I will say a lot of the stars that Eddie Hearn got and the ones that you've seen him built, they could have been with anyone and they would have been big. Joshua would have been massive with anyone. Joshua sells himself.
But
now there has been stars.
Having said that, Joshua's not that big in America, is he?
No, he's not.
But I'd argue with Joshua that Eddie Hearn built that brand. He built it to what it is now. Or why has AJ stayed with him so long? Because he built the brand.
Yeah, okay, but apart from that, who else has he built?
Carl
Froch come over from NSA with very little exposure.
Yeah.
Okay, yep.
Kell Brook.
Okay.
He's built Katie Taylor.
Yeah, what he's done for women's boxing. Come on, Imran.
Yeah. You still want us to continue?
Without question, I like Eddie Hearn, good promoter. What I'm saying is that I don't think that, again, you're naming people there like Katie Taylor that would sell herself. She's massive. Katie Taylor's like, she's
got no game.
She
can't sell herself, Katie Taylor can't.
Why can't she?
Because she's not great on the mic.
No, because like some people, I just told you, some people either have a huge audience that follow them, right? Or some people just have it. They're like,
Yeah, but Katie
Muhammad Ali
Taylor
was.
have it, and she
Hey?
doesn't have a great audience. How many times has she fought in Ireland?
Katie Taylor is one of the most exciting fighters I watch boxing.
How many times has she fought in Ireland?
Who, Taylor?
Yeah,
I don't think she's fought in. I don't think
exactly.
I'll throw another one out there. Bellew. What about the job he did with Bellew?
Yeah. But what I'm saying is you're naming names like that were a while back that he built them, fair enough. But if we go and look at Aram's history, he's built more fighters than Eddie Hearn and better fighters, legendary fighters.
No, but the only point I'm making is the game's changed. So it's all about social media now and building profiles. And I think Aram's out of touch.
He is. He is.
And I think that's where Ray's point comes in about tell me about the last 5 years.
Yeah.
I think,
and you could level that at Warren as well.
Yeah, you could.
I think it's hard because I know what you're saying about Bellew and Froch. Froch was a while back. He retired in 2014. So, or 13 after Groves, he retired, didn't he? That was ages ago. Yeah. So, like,
certain Welshmen won't fight him, but carry on.
Basically, really, if you look at it, who's Eddie Hearn really made a huge, like, I'm talking on the world scene, that's a mega star. Only really for Joshua, really. Let's be honest. I'm talking men's. I know Katie Taylor for women's, yes, on men's.
So even man, answer me this then. Why is Canelo sticking around and having him as his promoter? Because Canelo's a big name. He's got his own promotional company. Why pay him? Answers on a postcard. Go and get a coffee.
I think he likes Hearn. I think he likes Hearn. I think he knows Hearn could do a good job for him, and I think he trusts Hearn. I think he thinks that some of the other guys out there. I agree that I think Hearn's in touch with modern times. I think he likes Hearn as well. I think he has a good relationship with Hearn.
Sid UK's pulled a great one out. Dillian White took him from small all virtually.
Yeah. That's a
great one, Sid. Great one, Sid.
Lawrence Okoli.
Yep.
Yeah, but again, he's unknown a little bit. Nobody knows Lawrence Okoli. We're talking about making a star now. Okoli's not a star. Far from it.
Well, what you talking about star, like widely known in this country?
No, but we were talking about who's he made a mega star. Coley's not a mega star.
But who, like we said, Imran, who's Aram done recently? Tyson Fury.
I would argue that Lomachenko's bigger than Dillian White.
But I would argue that Lomachenko isn't a mega star because there's very few mega stars.
What Lomachenko's what? So Lomachenko's not a mega star, but Dillian White is.
That's why I said neither is Dillian White.
Yeah.
I'd like to have a look at their two's pay-per-view buys.
No, but it's different though. It's different though, Carl, in America and the UK. Like if Dillian went to America, nobody would care.
No, if we're talking about global fame, Lomachenko is well known in the Ukraine, well known in the US, vaguely known in the UK.
I think he's more well known than Dillian White, personally.
I don't think Lomachenko is a mega star.
You don't know, but do you think he's bigger than Dillian White?
Yes, he is. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but that's what I mean. Like the only one that really.
How much of that is down to Aram?
What, Lomachenko?
Well, you could argue it's because of what he did in the Olympics.
Yeah, that's my point.
Yeah, but
like again, Teofimo Lopez for beating him.
Guys, they did sign with Aram though. Like obviously, there must be something there, incentive there for them to sign with Aram. Lomachenko signed with Aram.
Yeah.
So did what's his name? Teofimo. So did Crawford. So they obviously saw something. Now I will say this: there's a lot of people that leave Aram. Mayweather left Aram. Pacquiao left Aram. De La Hoya left Aram. So although he's worked with legends,
you're in touch with the Americans more than what me and Carl are. Yeah.
Yeah.
How much is ESPN charged to show these fights over in America?
What, a pay-per-view?
Yeah.
like 49.99,
or anyone in the sidebar who can answer that, let us know, guys.
$50, I think. I'm going off the Khan Crawford one. That was $50.
$50, yeah. And you've seen how much PBC charge?
$90.
There you go. Lomachenko's not daft. Who's going to pay $90 to watch him have a world title fight in his second or third fight, whatever it was?
I wouldn't pay $90 to watch Davis fight Barrios. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Do you know if someone like Amir Khan was as good as Crawford, he would have been even bigger in America?
Oh, not Crawford again.
Oh man, how do you get Crawford?
No, I'm just saying. No, I'm just saying if he won all his fights, like with what he's done with his losses.
I really like you, fella. But I've got a picture of you now with your Crawford T-shirt on. Sat on your sofa.
No, I'm saying. I'm saying how big. I'm saying how big Amir Khan is. I mean, Amir Khan's a big name. He's a bigger name than like Crawford, like globally, and he is well known. And in America, he's known as well. But I'm saying with his personality, if he was unbeaten. If he went unbeaten and that, he'd be a big name, you know.
I think some of his losses. Amir Khan could have lost.
Yeah,
see, this is the thing you got to remember, Ahmed. Yeah, back in the day when there was proper boxing fans, yeah, being undefeated didn't matter.
Yeah, that's.
It's only now when you got all these casual kids wanting to watch all these YouTubers and all this nonsense. That's when it became about boxing. Became even more of a business. If you look at the greats, Ahmed, your Tommy Hearns. Sugar Ray Leonard, Haglaz. How many of them were undefeated in those eras?
Here's the thing, Ray.
How many of them were undefeated?
Not much.
There you go.
But here's the thing. Go on, Carl.
Amir Khan had a strange appeal where people would tune in to watch him win, but people would tune in to watch him get knocked out as well. So it really had that. He had that strange appeal in man into it. People. Yeah. You know, people wanted to watch it. People tuned in who supported him, but also people are tuning in on the off chance that he might get chinned.
Yeah.
Well, that was the same with Mayweather.
Yeah.
Yeah, but still though, with Amir Khan, because he was the only Asian Pakistani in that, he appealed to. He's well known in Pakistan. In Arab world, he's kind of known as well.
But here's the thing, guys. I want to know your opinion. One sec. Ahmed, give me a sec. Let me tell you this. I think Crawford's better than Khan, right, as a fighter. But when I think about peak Khan, I don't think Crawford's way better than him. Like Crawford's on another dimension. I don't think Crawford's that way better. I think he's better. But I think Ahmed, the way you make out Crawford is like the guy's next second coming of like Muhammad Ali. No, I don't see it that way. I don't think he's way better than Khan. I think he's better. But you're making out like
I'm just going off the topic.
There's like oceans between them. I don't think so.
No, there is a lot of difference, but I'm changing topic here. I'm just talking about appeal wise. Like Amir Khan's appeal.
No, but that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying to you, Ahmed. When you say that if Amir Khan was as good as Crawford, right?
Yeah.
He would have been even bigger. What I'm saying to you is I don't think that Crawford when Amir was in his prime, I don't think Crawford is way better than him. I think Crawford is better. I don't think he's way better. Like you're saying, if he was as good as Terence Crawford, would he be even bigger? I don't think Crawford was way better. Ray, would you disagree? Do you think he's way better?
No.
So I don't really
way better than peak Amir Khan. No.
So he's better for me, but not way better. Carl, what's your thoughts?
I know I give Khan some stick on here, but Khan would have gave Crawford a fight. He would have done. But I'd like to concentrate on the commercial side of it.
Yeah.
Crawford's been this is what I'm talking about at the moment. I'm not talking about Crawford at the moment. I'm just talking about like an appeal wise. As a boxer,
no, but that's what I'm saying.
Amir Khan is going along them lines as like to be a star, like not Mike Tyson level, but almost that top. Because in UK he was getting huge. He was getting so bigged up by the media, everything, and he was just flying. But Prescott brought him down. I'm just saying, if he had carried on being a top fighter, him being Pakistani and his personality, in America he would have been big.
But I don't think this is what I'm saying to you. I don't think like true boxing fans, like I just said, Ray just said, I think Crawford's better than Khan, more complete. But I don't think he's way better. That's what I'm saying to you. So I don't agree with what you're saying, like how you're saying that, well, Crawford, if Khan had been like Crawford, I don't think Crawford's way better than a Pete Khan. I think he's better. I don't think he's way better.
Imran,
Yeah.
why has it gone so wrong in America with building fighters then? Because at one time, when you had the Don Kings of this world and Arum in his pomp,
Yeah.
the bright lights of America and all the razzmatazz, and you know, we all knew the fighters over in the UK. Why has Eddie Hearn been able to waltz over to America and take a part of the pie, which is only getting bigger and bigger, and really showing the Americans how to put a show on again in terms of boxing?
I don't think there's many good. I'll be honest with you. I don't think the Americans are as good as they used to be. To be honest, I don't think there's that
There's
many.
something missing, isn't there? There's a disconnect, isn't there?
Yeah. I think there's something wrong. I think there's not that. Like, didn't they Olympians not? They're not that many Olympians anymore at the Olympics as well. They've
had to get professionals.
They had to what? Get professionals.
Yeah, Kishore Davis and 2 others.
Yeah,
that have had 3 professional fights.
So that's worrying, isn't it? That the talent seems to be disappearing.
Yeah,
something seems wrong.
Well, they're only dominant at one weight, aren't they? Really, if we're being brutally honest.
That welterweight.
That's where I'd put it. Yeah. If
I would say at light middle as well. I think Charlo's and Herds, Williams.
Yeah.
I would say there as well.
I'm thinking in the 90s and the 80s, you go through every single weight class, and you'd have an American, wouldn't you? A well-known American, household name.
Yeah.
Who was competing towards the top of that division.
Do you think Wilder's household name?
No. I think AJ's more. I think AJ's a bigger name. That if you talk about global, AJ's a bigger name.
Do you think? I think Wilder's a big name here, though. I think people know Deontay Wilder.
Only off the back of Fury, though. Nothing to do with his publicity.
Possibly. Do you think Fury's a big I think he's becoming. Do you think he's bigger than, or do you think he's gonna be bigger than AJ, or can be?
I think he's now.
You think what, bigger globally?
Yeah, I do. I think AJ's got certain territories where he's big.
Yeah.
But I definitely think in the US, Fury's a bigger name.
Oh, yeah.
I think he's on a par in the UK in terms of exposure, especially with his mental health stuff, man. You know, that's gone a long way.
I don't think he's as big as Joshua in the UK. I think he's bigger than Joshua. I don't know, because there's no proof of that yet. We haven't seen him do a pay-per-view that yet. Because Joshua does big numbers against anybody, really. I don't know about Fury yet.
Yeah, but what you talk, don't forget, like I always keep saying, crossover appeal.
What do you think, Ray? What do you think, Ray?
Well, you got to remember, wasn't Tyson Fury nominated for British Sports Personality of the Year on the BBT?
Yeah, he was. Yeah,
that caused a lot of controversy. That adds to his name. Then all these programs he's doing with ITV, Joshua's pretty much limited to if you got Sky or not. So
I don't know. I think when you look at Joshua, like you guys is talking about social media, right? Joshua's more followed.
Just crossover appeal, because Tyson Fury's not always massive on social media. I'm talking about crossover appeal. For me, when you're talking about so-and-so's a bigger name, you've got to consider the casual fans as well. Even though Carl will tell you I hate casual fans, but this is what you're talking about. We're talking about crossover appeal. Who's in the papers? Who's on the TV on terrestrial channels? It always seems to be Tyson Fury,
and he's got a lot of goodwill at the minute, hasn't he, Ray? You know, so the comment in the side about I heard no one likes Fury in the UK couldn't be further from the truth. I think they've done a great PR job with him.
Yeah, and Tyson Fury was on WWE.
Yeah.
No, but they do like Fury in the UK. What's that all about? They do like Fury in the UK.
Yeah, I think early days in his career, he made
Oh,
a few
yeah,
silly
yeah.
comments.
But he was
didn't
very
Yeah,
cotton
yeah,
mouth
yeah,
in
yeah.
the early days, weren't he?
But he's only a young lad, once we've all been there.
Yeah, but still, some of the stuff that he used
Yeah,
to
I'm not saying I condone it. I'm not
Yeah,
saying.
yeah.
I'm just saying he's a young lad.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey guys, I think from a worldwide point of view, coming from New Zealand and knowing a little bit of Australia, I think AJ is probably more popular than Fury, because AJ has had more big fights, and he's sold out more stadiums than Fury. And in fact, I don't think even Fury has even sold out a stadium where he's the A side, right?
Yeah, but he had a few years off, don't forget.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's just like sometimes.
There's no doubt that Tyson Fury would sell out Wembley. No doubt whatsoever.
Against
I don't think it particularly matters in man as long as they're a fairly decent opponent.
So okay, to answer what little Penny was saying, let's just say the Klitschko rematch happened and it happened in the UK. Are we all confident in saying that he wouldn't have sold out one of the stadiums?
But that was a boring fight, though, the first one. Who would want to see a rematch?
I think a lot of British people would have wanted to see that rematch, mate.
When they did rematch, where were they fighting, Ray?
Old Trafford was talking about what then?
Yeah.
Which
I
is
thought it was a
70,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, and when Joshua fought Klitschko, it was in 80,000.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I reckon Fury.
That was how many years later?
Just one year later, I think.
But if Fury's at Wembley, he'd sell it out as well, man. It's only due to it's only due to capacity.
I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how big Fury is until.
Yeah, I'm not sure either, Ray. Yeah, I'm not sure either, Ray. But I do think that Fury has got a chance to be like one of the all-time greats in the heavyweight division.
I think he's better than Joshua.
Yeah, if he can beat AJ and the way his skill set is, he could be talked about with Ali and those guys and Joe Louis, because the way he moves like a middleweight. Not his footwork, his body, like how he's so tall.
Lil Penny, I'm not sure that he'll be ranked amongst those guys just because the competition in this era is not as stiff as some of that back
Which
in
is
the
not
day.
his fault, by the way, is it?
No, it's not his fault, but
but
you have to take that in. It's not Klitschko's fault.
Yeah.
It's not Klitschko's fault that the opposition was what it was, but he's not ranked in that top 5.
Yeah.
So,
but Imran, if he beats AJ, he would have beaten Klitschko,
yeah,
Wilder,
yeah,
and say AJ, right? In his era, which are all in their primes. I don't think Lennox Lewis.
Klitschko weren't in his prime.
Hold on a minute.
Oh yeah,
Hold on a minute.
you're right. Yeah, sorry, you're right.
What we do with the Lennox Lewis comparison here, little Penner?
Well, what do you think, Ray?
I think what you got to look at is, yes, he's beaten Wilder at his prime. If he beats Wilder again, because he's still got to fight Wilder again before you talk about AJ. And yeah, if he beats AJ, but they're two fighters in comparison to the names that you've mentioned, who have had 5 or 6 dance partners. So it's very, very difficult to put them in the all-time great heavyweight list. Because let's be honest, little Penny, Tyson Fury hasn't defended his world title.
Yeah.
Where all these cats that you're on about have all defended world titles and all have periods. And Tyson Fury at this point, he's a world champion. He's never defended his belt. And already we're looking at him possibly delaying his a defense again. And that's the point I'm making. That's Tyson Fury's problem. He seems to always, he never seems to defend the belt. So we can't, until he does 3 or 4 things, I can't even consider him being in an all-time great list. He's got the ability to, fair enough. But until he defends against somebody in the peak, which he hasn't done, and he needs to do that 4 or 5 times for me. Then you can put him on the list. Lennox Lewis is above him all day long for me.
Oh, that's not Little Penny. That's not a question. Lewis is the best out of all of them. I think he's the number one guy. I think he's the greatest British fighter of all time. I do.
In a modern era, yeah.
What, you think there's someone better than Lewis? Who's better than Lewis?
Of all time?
Tyson.
Yeah.
Bonford Sims.
Tyson wasn't better than Lewis.
But Tyson's not British.
Yeah, Tyson's not British.
Even if he wasn't better than Lewis.
He was, man, in his prime.
I don't know. In his prime, I don't know who would have won. But I think Lewis was. Lewis achieved more. Lewis achieved more. I don't know, Carl. Honestly, I don't know whether he would have beaten a prime Tyson. Would have been a tough fight.
I just think Lewis had his number, fella.
Who wins? A prime Tyson or Joshua?
Tyson.
Carl?
That's obvious. That one, isn't it?
Tyson.
John Ruiz. John Ruiz showed that, didn't he?
Andy Ruiz.
Andy Ruiz, sorry.
Some people actually, not many do. Not even in the UK. Not anybody thinks that. Very few people would say Joshua. I just think
there's a kid in the comments saying AJ.
Oh,
he needs a coffee.
He's all wrong.
Another one that needs a coffee.
No, he might be a 10 or 15 or 20-year-old, or something.
He's all wrong for AJ, right, guys?
Yeah, he was small. He could move his head.
Yeah,
he's quick.
Joshua would have been tailor-made for Tyson because that peekaboo style would have just confused Joshua.
So to answer your question, I think Lewis beats whatever Tyson you want to put in with him.
Possibly, yeah. To Lewis was
good. All wrong.
Yeah. I think, yeah. Yeah. I think Lewis was really good.
When they sparred at Catskill's gym, Lewis often got the better of Tyson. He just had something over him, according to Customato. Lewis was, and also, I mean, come on, Lewis was special, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. But Tyson was special as well.
Yeah.
But they were different breed, though, weren't they, Carl? They were different compared to today's fighters.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, if we're brutally honest, we're in a very bang average heavyweight era, aren't we?
Yeah.
You got Tyson, who we think's elite.
Yeah, number one.
Then we got AJ, who we're not quite sure how good he is, if we're being brutally honest.
But Carl, me and you think Wilder beats him.
Yeah, I do. It's about the only thing we agree on.
Yeah.
Who beats him?
Wilder beats AJ.
Well, 50-50, I think.
Really?
I'll tell you what, I bet Ahmed thinks Crawford would have a good go with Wilder. What do you reckon, Ahmed?
If you bring Wilder down to 147, sink him down.
Imran, I think AJ would beat Wilder. I think AJ will box him. And Wilder's only got a one hitter quitter. That's just his only weapon. Whereas AJ has got lots of weapons.
Like what?
Well, he's got power. He can.
Power. I'll give you that one. Yeah, there's one.
He can box.
Sorry? That must have been a glitch there from New Zealand or something. I'm sure he just said he can box.
Oh, no, he boxed Ruiz as well. So whereas Wilder can't box at all. Right?
That's true, Carl.
But he's got the right hand. He's got the equalizer, hunter. Like my friend Wilder says, AJ would have to have 12 perfect rounds, but he only needs 1 second in one round to land on him, and it'll be good night, Vienna.
Yeah, true. But AJ's got.
Not necessarily true if AJ's got power.
AJ wouldn't be able to. I know we've had this on Last Bell Boxing, Ray, and I wouldn't want to dance around
Are you
again.
telling me AJ can't knock out Wilder?
Of course he could.
There you go.
Yeah, don't mean he will, but he's got the possibility. I just think AJ won't be able to keep out that right, keep away from that right hand because he's bang average as a boxer and his movement's crap.
He's quite, AJ, he's a bit like, and this is what I said about Errol Spence. I feel like they have a similar style. If you look at the way they fight, quite robotic, and I feel like they can be outboxed. I feel like that style can be outboxed.
I think Spence is a better boxer, pound for pound, than what Joshua is.
Oh, yeah. But what I mean is, obviously, he's a smaller guy. But if you look at the way Spence fights, right? Spence is he's quite robotic, similar kind of comes forward.
Yeah, Imran, it's just like looking at Spence when you do that, Imran. It's just like looking at Spence. Yeah, when you put your hands up like that. Yeah, it's like I think I've got Errol on the TV with me. Yeah,
I personally think that Wilder, that right hand is gonna land somewhere along the line, and I just don't think AJ's got a good enough chin to be able to hold up to that kind of power. I think Wilder might.
What heavyweight does?
Hey,
what heavyweight does?
No one. That's what I'm saying. But I don't think AJ can keep out the way like Fury can.
I think Fury makes Wilder look a worse boxer than he actually is.
Yeah.
Tyson Fury is the only one who can do that to Wilder.
Carl, Ortiz was a good boxer. Ortiz is no bum. Ortiz can box.
But he had his success with Wilder, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
Right.
Look, he was a bit long in the tooth, though. Ortiz was like 40. He was a lot of Ortiz in their first fight. I saw that live actually on TV. He was a bit long in the tooth, though. Like he wasn't in his prime, whereas AJ is in his prime.
Yeah. Right, Imran, when you next doing a live, come on.
I'm gonna do it tomorrow. I'm gonna get off as well. I'm tired, man. Yeah, tomorrow probably, and then hopefully I'll join you. Before you go, guys, before we end it, give your show a shout out, Carl.
I'll let you do it, man.
Okay, so myself and Ray, the one who's a bit of an AJ fanboy, we do a live show in the UK on Thursday nights at 9 p.m. As you can tell, there's a lot of banter. We have a lot of disagreements, but it's really good viewing, and we welcome people on camera like Imran does. So it's every Thursday night, 9 p.m. in the UK. That's a live show, but we've also got a YouTube channel where we've got a lot of pre-recorded interviews. So we've got Roberto Diaz, who we did a live with. We've got Natasha Jonas, who's big in the UK, etc., etc. So just check it out, guys. I'll get Imran to put the link in the chat. Just give our channel a view and join us if you're around on a Thursday night. You're more than welcome.
Your live is on your YouTube channel, by the way. It's not a separate thing.
Yeah, I'm talking about the pre-recorded bit though, because obviously there's pre-recorded videos on the channel as well.
Oh yeah. But you made it sound like it was a different platform.
No, same platform. That's Bellboxing. Just jump on the YouTube and you'll find us.
Yeah, actually, I've seen a few of your
good, aren't they, little Penny? Good, aren't they?
Yeah, and I've actually enjoyed those pound for pound ratings or your top 5. I think someone did a top 5 British welterweights of all time, and I really like that because actually I agreed with all 5. In fact, because I'm a big fan of Randy Turpin.
Yeah, he was a great fight.
Imran's not got the bottle to do his top 5. He keeps saying he's going to do him,
but
he's
for what though? You didn't tell me what to do.
You can pick a division, Imran. You're VIP. Pick a division.
I'll do light welter.
Yeah, well, light welter is them. So yeah, expect that to be on Last Bell Boxing by end of the week.
Yeah.
Little Penny, like you put in the YouTube chat, Little Penny, if you want to record something, just let me know and I'll work out the time zone difference. Okay, and Ahmed, if you want to do top 5 Crawford fights and whatever else you want to do, I don't want to take your top 5 division because it'll just all be Crawford.
Ask him who's his top 5 American fighters right now.
Right now, all time.
Crawford, and Crawford.
No, at the moment he is the best fighter, and then you've got.
So who's the best one?
Crawford. In America, he is. All right, who's better then?
No, he's right.
Spence.
He's probably right about that. He's
Spence.
probably right. Yeah, but that's the. But what I mean is, it's between him and Spence, right?
Spence.
I've got to admit, I agree with
Okay,
that one,
but
So we'll have
Spence.
Spence at number one, then I'll let you carry on, Ahmed.
No, but intellect shouldn't let you have Sir Spence over Crawford anyway, because Spence hasn't moved up to 154, hasn't shown us what he can do there. He hasn't moved up to 160, he hasn't shown us what he can do there.
Spence is a better fighter, so yeah.
Generally, though, moving up in weights, like it shows more.
It doesn't mean you're greater. Doesn't mean you're greater.
I'll tell you something. Moving up in weights shows you more tools. What more tools have you got when you have to cope with size advantage and people with a stronger punch? How you avoid the punches?
So you know who Ahmed is a big. I know he goes on about Crawford. You know who Ahmed is a big fan of? Roy Jones. That's why he made that point, because he loves Roy Jones. I know this because he comments on my videos. I know.
You remember them?
Roy Jones, greatest fighter of all time, Ahmed, for you.
I mean, just look at his fights, man. Just look at him, man.
I like Roy Jones Jr. I'm with him on that one. I'm only widening your Ahmed, by the way.
So here's two. So you in your modern era, he likes Crawford, and in past he likes Roy Jones. So
back to the question. Spence at one. Yeah, carry on, Ahmed.
I've got Crawford's, Canelo. I've got Spence.
Canelo's Mexican.
Mexican fella.
Oh, he's my Mexican, isn't
he? I think he was doing top 5 pound for pound.
And you're still putting Crawford above. Sorry to laugh, but are you putting Crawford above Canelo?
No. I'm putting Canelo. No, Crawford is a better fighter than Canelo, but resume-wise, you've got to.
Coffee alert! Coffee alert! Everyone, get in the kitchen and get another coffee for Ahmed.
No, but with Canelo, they're pushing too much of an they're pushing him too much, like.
Ahmed, can I ask you a question? Ahmed, can I ask you a question? Are you on the wind-up?
No.
Because normally it's only me who do the wind-ups, but I just want to know if you're an ally of mine, because that is a quality wind-up.
No, pound for pound, since Canelo beat Kovalev, I put him number one. I put Canelo number one, and Crawford number two. But I have Crawford as a better fighter than Canelo. That's just my opinion. But pound for pound,
I think he might have a point in the sense that Crawford might have more tools in his box than Canelo.
Wow, I know you've been going for 4 hours, 15, 16 minutes. It's definitely caffeine time.
Here's the thing, Carl. If Crawford beats Spence, right, would you still say that?
But he won't beat Spence, so it's a
but that's your opinion. We don't know that. That's your opinion. I'm saying, if you beat Spence, would you change your tune?
No.
So you wouldn't say he's better than Canelo, even if he beats Spence?
I've gave you my answer. No.
Ray?
No.
You wouldn't say he's better than Canelo?
No.
So okay, so name me a win Canelo had better than Spence.
But he's not
Crawford has over Spence.
He hasn't beat Spence yet, has there? So
no, I'm saying if he was to beat, I get you. If he was to beat Spence, name me a win that Canelo's had better than that.
Lara.
Probably the Golovkin.
Golovkin, yeah.
And that would be debatable, right? Because
no, not the second fight.
No, I'm saying debatable in the sense that debatable at Golovkin at his age and where he was. Spence is in his prime.
Don't give me that. Don't give me
Come
that.
on, Imran. You know when you don't like the answer, Imran. You know when you don't like the answer, you always dance around and find
Don't give me that.
Find some leverage.
No, but so what you're saying Golovkin's resume is better than Spence's resume at Walter.
No, we're not talking about resume. You said who's a better opponent. You didn't say who's got a better resume that he fought.
I wouldn't say Golovkin's better than Spence. At that point.
So answer your own question then. Who's Canelo fought and beat that would be a greater win if Canelo had beaten Spence.
Say that again. Say that again.
Well, basically the same question that you asked me.
Yeah, yeah.
Answer it.
Who has Spence fought?
No.
That's great.
No. You said if Crawford was to beat Spence,
yeah,
that would be a bigger win than anyone that Canelo's basically beat. That's what you basically say.
Yeah.
So who?
Ahmed's causing trouble again, look.
So who would? Sorry, say that again.
So who's Canelo beaten? That would be a bigger win than if Crawford was to beat Spence.
Who's Canelo beaten? That would be a bigger win for if Crawford beaten Spence.
Yeah.
So answer the question that I asked you. Do you want me to answer?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think. See, here's the thing, right? When I say better win, I mean like Spence for me right now is in my top 5 pound for pound.
He's undefeated.
So if Crawford was to beat that guy, I don't think Canelo has had a win against anybody in the top 5 pound for pound. He's not beaten anybody in the top 5 pound for pound. And Crawford would be doing that against a guy moving up.
So where was Golovkin when he fought Golovkin?
I don't think when you look at that fight, I think that was a 50-50 fight.
Yeah, well,
that was a great win. But again, Golovkin's resume at that time was questionable, and he was coming off a fight against Jacobs, which some people thought he lost. Spence has looked phenomenal right now. Let's be honest, he hasn't come he's beaten everybody.
So basically, what you're saying is you probably don't know. Is that right?
I don't, because I don't know where. I don't think Golovkin was not in the top 5 pound for pound when he fought Canelo. Was he? Do you think he was in the top 5 pound for pound at that point?
I would probably say he would have been about 7, 8.
Yeah. Well, Spence is in the top 5.
True. But Golovkin was very avoided.
Oh yeah, he was. I do agree. I think he might have even beaten Canelo a couple years prior. But what I'm trying to say is, I don't think he's got a bet. I think if Crawford was to beat Spence, I don't think Canelo's got a better win than that. I think Spence is something else. You're not telling me Callum Smith and Billy Joe and anyone else that, or even Danny Jacobs, is on the same level as Spence.
No, but I think Golovkin wins.
And Crawford's doing that moving up. He's doing that moving up. So that would be a phenomenal. That would be a phenomenal win for Crawford. That would, for me, that would make Crawford. That would end any doubt. And my man Steven's here. So Steven can and if Crawford was to beat Spence, Steven, right? That puts him above Canelo, right? Pound for pound, without question. Canelo hasn't got a better win. Canelo has not got a better win in his career than beating Errol Spence, right?
Right. That'd be correct.
I think it's quite black and blue, guys. Cole and Ray.
Black and blue.
Black and blue.
Yeah, that's not even debatable.
That's not debate. Like, come on. With what Crawford's done in his career, if he was
I'll tell you what, guys. I'll have to debate it tomorrow. I've got to be up for work tomorrow. But
yeah.
Peace out, right? I'll see you later.
I'll see you guys.
You go? Oh, okay.
Yeah, man. I've got work tomorrow, man. It's nearly 12:30 at night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Imran, are you finishing it, Imran?
Yeah, I am. I'm knackered, mate, man.
Yeah.
What time are you jumping on tomorrow?
About same time, hopefully, like 8 to 9. Like, we'll do it again tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you gonna be on tomorrow,
Imran? Hey.
Are you gonna come on tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
So 8 o'clock UK time, we'll all jump on again. Like
yeah, let's try not to have a Crawford fest tomorrow.
Yeah.
Stay away from Crawford a little bit.
Oh, you know what the thing is? You know what the thing is, Cole? The thing is, right? Ahmed comes on and he puts in Crawford, and then everyone gets heated because everyone doesn't see Crawford the way Ahmed sees him. So I tell you what,
boys. Let's make a pact. Tomorrow, don't mention Crawford.
Yeah.
No, we won't mention Crawford, but like there's only Canelo and there's Joshua. And there's not many other like
There's
people who are making
Lomachenko, there's Inoue, there's Rigondeaux Casemiro, there's Charlo against Castano.
Gary Cornish.
Yeah,
David
yeah.
Price.
Lawrence O'Connelly.
We'll get into analysis with about them then.
Yeah. So no
I
boxer,
just think if we
no
talk about
boxer's name
Crawford,
beginning
we
with
lose
C
an
allowed.
hour because we talk about Crawford for an hour.
Yeah.
We'll talk about
England
Pacquiao
England
and
versus
Spence.
Italy analysis.
Oh,
We
don't
did
get me
it
started on
already.
that, bro.
You missed it. You missed it. We did about an hour on that.
Oh, okay, sorry.
What's that?
England v Italy. Oh, guy, by the way,
Oh.
Carl, did you see the Italy fans getting beat up?
No, I've not seen that. I was working till late today.
It was
Yeah.
horrible, mate. That was horrible, man. I couldn't believe that.
I've not seen it. I'll have to catch up. I'll have to catch up on it.
Yeah, it was
What happened,
terrible,
Imran?
man. So
Imran,
apparently,
what happened?
Italy fans got beat up after the game. That was like,
Yeah,
you know,
I saw
some of the UK, or I would say I have to say it's the English fans, aren't we?
Yeah.
We're considered as English,
Be-
right? So some of them,
man.
hey,
Be
some of them-
careful what you're gonna say. Come on.
some of them can act really, really bad, man.
Yeah,
like behavior is terrible, mate. Like even the stuff that went on with the Casper Schmeichel, the laser in the eye. What's that all about, man? Yes, it's not good, man. That wasn't good. They got fined as well, didn't they? The FA.
Yeah.
Embarrassing.
By the way,
Ray Wild there, man.
Right, guys, I'm off, so I'll see you all tomorrow. Yeah,
Tomorrow,
8 p.m.
tomorrow, guys. Tomorrow.
Take care, everybody. Bye.
Yeah, see you later.
All right, man. Y'all take it
Cheers.
easy.
Take
Bye-bye.
Stephen tomorrow. I'll take it, guys. Little Penny, Ahmed. See you all, guys.
No.
Carl, Ray, thanks for coming on. I'll see you
No
tomorrow.
problem. See you later, yeah.
Take care, guys.
Bet.
Stephen, I'll see you tomorrow. Ahmed, Makai, see you tomorrow. See you later, everyone in the chat. Take care. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take